All right, good morning. I'm going to start up. I just want everybody to know I sent out an email this morning, and on there it has a link to yesterday's presentation. Again, the whole thing was taped. It's right here. It was 4 hours, 6 minutes, and 32 seconds. All right. So if you do have any desire to go back and look at any of that, you're able to do so. Now, the other thing that I mentioned yesterday was it appeared that a lot of people thought we were doing too much typing. So I'm going to try to cut down on the amount of typing that we do. All right. And we're going to start cutting down on that today. Now, I do want to mention to you, let's see, where do I have this? There we go. Come on. All right. Hopefully you see on your screen right now this three-legged stool. We talked about this idea yesterday. So yesterday we talked about HTML, the hypertext markup language. What I'm going to do in about 2 minutes is I'm going to go and look a little bit at that tutorial because there's a couple things we did not talk about yesterday, but I want to keep that down to a minimum. Then we're going to jump right into talking about CSS and how you pretty stuff up and how you style the HTML that you put in. Then tomorrow we're going to talk about JavaScript. Thursday and Friday we're going to be building websites for both days, just so you have an idea as far as what is going to be going on. Okay, so I'm asking the question here, and please tell me if I'm wrong. So right now, can you all see on your screen a thing that says HTML tutorial? Can somebody say yes or no?
Yes.
All right, good. I don't want to, like I said, I don't want to spend a lot of time on this. There's no need to go through an introduction. The editor that we're using is Visual Basic or Visual Studio Code. We don't need to talk about a lot of this stuff. We talked about the 6 levels of headings yesterday. We talked about paragraphs and we talked about comments. One thing we didn't talk much about was color. When you are working with color, there's different ways that you can add color. We're going to look at these today, but real briefly, there's more than what are shown right here, but I'm going to quickly go over these with you. The first one is RGB and RGBA. RGB stands for red, green, blue, and RGBA stands for red, green, blue, alpha. So this is going to be two numbers. I should say it's going to be a digit that's going to represent how much red you have. This will be another digit for how much green you have. This will be another digit for how much blue you have. All right. And if you put here 255, 255, 255, that's as much red and as much green and as much blue as you can put in. If you leave them at 0 and 0 and 0, that's as little as you can put in. So the number you put in for each one of these is a number between 0 and 255. 0 means total absence. 255 means total saturation. The reason I'm telling you that is when you look at it, this right here, that's black because that's no red, no green, and no blue. That's a total absence of any color. So that would be black. This right here that you see would be white because that's a total saturation of red, a total saturation of green, and a total saturation of blue. And then as it says, you can mix values too, as you can see right here. What's kind of neat about this example is that's a slider, so you can go back and forth. So you'll notice if I make this red and I have no green and I have no blue, it's totally red. If I have none of them showing, it's totally black. Here it's totally green. Here it's totally blue. And a lot of it is what you think too. As far as if I mix and I make total red and I make total blue, it's purple. All right. If I make total green and total blue, becomes turquoise. And there's all sorts of different ways that you can play with this stuff. All right, I don't want to waste too much time on it. The other thing I want to mention though, and here's some examples, yeah, but that A, what the heck is that A? That A stands for how transparent this is. So notice right here, if I want it to be, I'm going to make this totally red. And you can see it, the colors, but you can't see the background there at all because this is the alpha that we put in. So if you put in a 0, this is a number between 0 and 1. 0 means that it's totally transparent. You can't see it. 1 means it's totally opaque. So it's not see-through. And there's 0.5, so that's half. So what I'm trying to get across to you is the number you put in for red, the number you put in for green, the number you put in for blue, each one of those is a number between 0 and 255. 0 is total absence. 255 is total saturation. That's red, green, blue. The alpha is a number between 0, which is total absence, and 1, which is total saturation. So that's red, green, blue. You can also do these by using what are called hex codes. And there you put in 2 digits that represent red, 2 digits that represent green, and 2 digits that represent blue, and you start it with a hashtag. So for instance, again, white now looks like this, $0000000. And so that's black. And white looks like this, $FFFFFF. So again, you can see the numbers in here. So again, if I have nothing in here, it's black. If I make it totally red, watch how this number goes up. So that's FF. And you might look at that and go, FF, what the heck is that? Well, if I asked you to count to 10, you could all do it. I mean, I have no doubt. If I asked you to count to 20, you could do it. Again, I'd have no doubt. But what we learn to count in is what's known as base 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, etc. What they're talking about with hex is not base 10, it's base 16. What that means is the way you count there is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, then not 10, but it's A, B, C, D, E, F. So A is what we'd call 10, B is what we'd call 11, etc. All right. So this FF is the same thing as 256 for us. All right. So you can do it with hex. You can also do it, and I'm not going to spend really any time on this one because people find this confusing. This is the amount of hue, the amount of saturation, and the amount of lightness that you put in. It works a lot like what we just saw with RGB, except it uses percentages. All right. So you can see for the lightness and the saturation, you can see the difference. There's 0 saturation, there's 50%, there's 0 lightness, there's 100% lightness, etc. And there's your hue, which is going to basically do the color. Now, there's another one that's in here. There's another one that's in here, and it's not shown. So I'm going to type in here, I'm going to type in built-in HTML colors. And here's the color names. And what you'll notice, I'm not going to run through all of them because I think it says there's 140 of them. So you can see them in here. The reason that I'm taking the time to explain this to you is in a little bit, we're going to be looking at CSS and we're going to be setting colors. You can set the colors any of these ways. So in other words, if I wanted to set something to aqua, I could use the word aqua, or I could use $00FFFF like that, or I could use RGB 0, 255, 255. So there's plenty of ways always of doing the same thing. That's all I wanted to tell you about that. All right. Whoops. Let me get back to here. All right. And again, I don't want to spend too much time or wasting my time, wasting your time on this stuff. Okay. So let's see. So that was colors. Yeah, we just talked about that. Good. All right. There were a couple other things that I wanted to mention from yesterday. We talked a little bit about tables, but if you really want to learn to build a table, they've got examples in here and they even show the zebra striping, etc. I do want to mention that back in the olden days, like about 20 years ago, people used tables for everything, even for things they shouldn't have been used for. But the only time you really should use tables is if you're making something that's tabular. In other words, it belongs in a table. You shouldn't use tables just because, wow, I can line this stuff up neat. It doesn't have any real meaning, but I'm going to put it in a table anyway. That's what people did in the past, and you shouldn't do that. All right. Then going on in here in lists, we went over yesterday ordered lists, right, like these, and unordered lists. So I'm not going to talk about them at all. There is one other kind of list that's called a description list. You don't see it used often, but it looks like this. You put in DL there, that means description list, that begins it, that ends it. Then you put in DT, that's description term, and DD, that's description definition. So you say coffee and you can see how it's indented, and milk and how it's indented. I don't know if I've ever used one of those in building a website. There's nothing wrong with it, but I just have never seen a reason to use it. All right. We also talked yesterday about block and inline. And I wanted to mention this again because I want it to make sense to you. A block level element always starts on a new line, where an inline element doesn't. So again, when you do something like this, when you say this div hello like this started on a new line. So in other words, notice here we had hello world right there. And then we put in a paragraph. A paragraph is a block level element, so it started on a new line. So there was a blank, there's always a blank line between things that you put in that are block level. They do even have a listing in here. I don't know if it's right here or not, but yeah, there it is. Those are all your block level elements. Do you have to worry about that? No, just you have to know that each time you use one of these things that's in here, it starts on a new line. Now, we looked yesterday at spans, and that's an example of an inline element. It doesn't start on a new line. So for instance, with this span, it says, this is an inline span right here, hello world. All right, you can see it right there. It says style equal border, etc. I could even come in here and put in other stuff if I wanted to. So I could put in here, for example, color purple. And when I run this, watch what happens here. It's kind of hard to tell, but it's got a color now of purple. And I could come in here and add more. I could put in background yellow. And you can see exactly what's happening as I add things. The point of that is that a block level element always starts on a new line, and an inline element does not start on a new line. All right. What we're going to cover today are classes and IDs, a few other things, but mainly those. A class, so if you look in here, I know this is going to look a little weird because we didn't talk about anything like this yesterday. But if you look in here, this says class equals city. This says class equals city. This says class equals city. All right. And when you look in here, what we're saying is anytime we've got a class of city, it should have a background color of a kind of a red. The text color should be white. That should have a border around it, etc. Now watch what happens. I'm going to go over to Paris here, the one in the middle, and I'm going to remove this div. And I'm going to run it again. And you'll notice it doesn't look like the other ones now. Because when we said class equals city, we said we wanted to treat all of them the same. We wanted all of them to have this background color. We wanted all of them to have this text color. We wanted all of them to have this border, etc. So if you've got something where you want a lot of your stuff to be able to share it, you use what's called a class. All right. And what we're going to look at in just a second here is, as opposed to a class, you can also have what's called an ID. And with an ID, it's unique. So here, I've got an ID of my header. There should only be one my header on a page. All right. And I'm going to talk about how the symbols and stuff you use for these in just a couple minutes. But for us to do this, what we're going to do is we're going to use that file that we had yesterday, that simple one that we had. We're going to add a bunch of stuff to it. You'll notice again, if I come in here and I change it from light blue to aqua, and I change the color of my text to white, and I come in here and let's just say that I say font weight bold, what should happen now when I click run is this background should change to aqua. The text color should change to white. It should have some padding around it. If you say, I don't know what padding is, I'm going to change this from 40 to 140 and watch the space around the words my header. The text should be aligned in the center and it should be bold. All right. So when I run, you can see what happened. Now the area around here got a lot bigger. It's pretty ugly, but if I change it back again just to blue and run it again, it's a little easier to stomach and to see. But we're going to talk about padding and margin today, and I'm going to bring that padding back down. Padding is this area that's around whatever it is, like here, my header. So I changed it from 140 to 40, and you can see how different it looks. Now, there's also something called margin. And margin is the area that we have in between this thing and this thing. So I'm going to come in here and I'm going to say this, margin, top, for rem. And don't worry about what it means. We're going to go over all that. Watch how this blank area, see how that got moved down? That's margin. This is the stuff that we're going to be talking about today. All right. JavaScript is tomorrow. Responsive will be on Thursday. Just a couple more things. HTML entities, because sometimes people think these are neat. We already talked about the non-breaking space yesterday, so I'm not going to get into that one at all. But these are things that you can add onto your page. So for instance, if I want to say something costs 10 cents and I want that cent sign to show, I can say it costs 10 ampersand cent, semicolon. Or I can say it costs 10 and then put in this. This here and this here are the same thing. This is the name and that's the numeric code that goes with it. And if that's confusing, you don't have to use them. All right. Emojis, people like to hear about emojis. All right. So they go through and they show some of the emojis in here that you can add. All right. So notice 128516. So if we change this to 516, right there to a 6, notice how that'll change. It's a different kind of smile. You know, if I make it like 522, you get the idea. All right. The char set we talked about yesterday. So if you want to know more about this, you can go look at that. I'm not going to, like I said, I only want to spend no more than till about 9:30 going over this as a review. We talked about forms yesterday. This was a simple example of a form right here. This is not very different from the one that we did. The only difference is they put a line break right there, and I did not have one. So when you look, that's very similar to what we had yesterday. Now, you might want to put another line break after the last name, or the first name, I should say. So I'm going to put in I'm going to put in here another BR tag. And as soon as I do and I click run, now there's some space in there. But we talked about forms yesterday. Here they're actually going someplace when you click the submit button. All right. They're going to a file that's called action_page.php. It's not a big thing. Here's the label. So that you see right there in kind of a blue, that gives you this. Here's the input. Now, I wouldn't have put value in there. I would have put in something like placeholder, which we talked about yesterday. And I put it in for this one too. And it almost looks the same when I run it, except it's lighter. And as soon as I start typing, whatever's in there goes away. And if I remove it, it comes back again. You saw this stuff yesterday. All right. There's a lot of form elements that we didn't have a lot of time to talk about. They're in here. We'll talk about some of them, but most of them, there's just not enough time to go through them. Okay. Also for input types. Yesterday, we used two of these. We used, or two or three. We used type equal password. We used, let's see, type equal text. Okay. And we used type equal email. I think those are the only ones that we used. But if you look at the example here, I just want to show you this. It's kind of important. I'm going to grab this one that says type equal date. All right. And let's see if they have a date one in here. They do probably someplace. There we go. What that does is now I can do this two ways. I can either come in here, run this. I can either come in here and type in today's date, which would be 07/20/2021, or I can click the little icon here, which actually brings up a calendar. This is really nice if you're creating a website where, for example, let's say I was creating a website for a doctor's office and I wanted people to be able to come in there and book appointments, something like that. All right, let me get rid of some of these because I've got way too much stuff open here. All right. There's a whole thing on graphics that we just don't have time to get into. This is on Canvas where you can draw on the screen. All right. So if you want a little more on that, you could go through this. This is SVG, which stands for Scalable Vector Graphics. And what's neat about scalable vector graphics is as you scale something like this, as you make it bigger and smaller, it scales. All right. So it never really looks, if it's a picture or whatever, or an image, it never really looks out of focus, which is kind of nice. All right. There's a whole bunch of media stuff in here. Okay. It's unbelievably easy for you to go and plug a YouTube video into a web page, or to plug an MP3 or an MP4 file into a web page. There's nothing hard about it. All right. This stuff is pretty advanced, so I'm not going to go over that. That's what I wanted to talk about. All right. Like I said, I was hoping it would take till about 9:30, and it's 9:27. So what I'd like everybody to do, please, if you still have that example that we went over yesterday, and which one do I mean? Well, we went over a couple of things yesterday, but I sent to everybody. All right. I sent to everybody yesterday this thing called First, this thing right here. Now, you might have a different picture there. It really and truly does not matter. All right. But that's the file I'd like you to bring up. So I'll give you a second. But like I said, I'd like you to bring up that particular file in Visual Studio Code. And I'm going to make a bunch of changes to it so we can start going through some of the stuff that's in here. In fact, to make it easy, this is a bunch of stuff I made. I'm going to get rid of all that. I'm going to keep the welcome to my website, and I'm just going to get rid of everything else that we did yesterday. Okay. So that's all gone. In fact, I'll do a file, save as, and I'm going to call this one CSS practice.html. All right. And I'll put in here CSS practice, and I'll even put it in up here. All right. So there's not much in here right now. In fact, if I save this and run it, doesn't look like much right now, but we're going to make a lot of changes to this file. And what I want to do is I want to go in and between now and our first break, start making changes. Then after the break, make a bunch more changes. All right. Then after that break, I want to go back and I want us to talk about the stuff that's in the CSS tutorial, all right, that we have not gone through. Okay, so let me grab this, close that, and this. Come on. All right, and I actually want to see if I can get it to come in up here. All right, can you all see CSS practice on the screen? Can somebody give me a yes or a no?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
so we're going to start making some changes to this right now. All right, so I want you to go in here. And again, we have nothing in there right now. All right, don't worry about these style tags. You don't need them yet. We'll use them later. So I'm going to even get rid of them. All right, there's good, bad, or indifferent. There's 3 ways we can add or put CSS. There's 3 ways we can put it into a document. I'm going to show you all 3 of them right now. So I'm going to make an H1. Underneath that, I'm going to make an H2. And underneath that, I'm going to make an H3. All right. And this will just say, oops, this is an H2 tag. And this one, as you might already guess, is going to say, this is an H3 tag. All right. And the reason I'm doing it like this is right now, I'm going to change the color, the color of the background and the color of the text for this one and for this one and for this one. But I'm going to do it 3 different ways. All right. So the first one I'm going to do is I'm going to put it right here. I'm going to actually put the CSS right in here. I'm going to say style equal, and you can do this as well. So style equal color white, background red, just like that. So I'll give you a second to do that. Style equal color. Make sure you put the double quotes around here at the beginning and here at the end. And between these 2 things, put a semicolon and a space. So I'll give you a second to put that in. And when you get done, save it. And we're going to look at it live server in just a minute. Hopefully, you've already guessed that when we look at it in live server, okay, the background's red and the text is white. Okay. And what we did was we said, hey, for this H1, just this tag, we want it to have a special style. All right. We want it to have a color, and that's the text color. We want it to be white. We want it to have a background color. It'll be red. Now, what I just showed you, this is considered the worst way of adding CSS. This is the worst way. And the reason this is considered to be the worst way is you're putting your CSS right into your HTML tags. It's also called inline CSS because you're putting the CSS in line right along with the tag that you're having it act on. So that's the worst way of doing it. So let's talk about a way that's a little better, but still not the best way. And that involves going up into your head section here and putting in some tags that are called style tags. All right. Now, what I'm going to want to do with my H2 tag is, I'm just making these up. I'm going to say that I want the background to be green and I want the text color to be yellow. So I say, hey, for every H2 tag, I want the background to be green. Oops. And I want the color of my text to be yellow. Now look at the difference between these. This inline CSS meant that we were putting the CSS, that's what this is. This is cascading style sheet or CSS information. This said, I just want to change that one tag, the one that's in blue right now. I want it to have white text and a red background. This one says, I want to change each and every H2 tag. I want them to have a background of green and a color of yellow. So once I put this in, if I do a file save and I go back again, you can see how that one changed. But just so you know, if later I come down here, so let's put in a paragraph. Okay. And I'm just going to put in here lorem 50. And then after that, I'm going to put in another H2 tag. And I'm going to put this is another H2 tag. And I'm going to save. And when I go back, notice that one is also got a green background and yellow text. And the reason that that one acted on both is by putting it up here in the head section, whereas this is called inline CSS, and it's designed to work just on one element, like one H1 tag. This is called internal CSS. So if I have a web page with 5 pages on it and I want something special just on one of those 5 pages, then typically what I do is I put it in style tags like this. All right. Now I can do anything I want. For instance, we got a paragraph now, right? And that paragraph, let's reverse this and let's say the background will be yellow and the color will be green. So I'm making it just the opposite of what I have here. These two are just the opposites of one another. And I save it and go look at it. And again, pretty obvious when you take a look. But hopefully what you're getting out of this is we've made just a few changes, but it looks a heck of a lot different on our screen. All right. So we've looked at 2 different types of CSS so far. And that was, again, what's called inline CSS, which is never recommended. And we just looked at internal CSS. Now we're going to look at what's considered to be the best kind of CSS. Okay. And what I want you to do then is, if you have this from yesterday, if you did make a folder that's called CSS, I don't need this, but if you did have a folder called CSS, I want you to open it. Let's say you don't have a folder here called CSS. If you don't have a folder called CSS, click the second icon right here and it'll say new folder. And when you do, it'll let you make a new folder. So you can type in CSS and then it'll make a CSS folder for you. All right. If you do have a folder named CSS, or once you do, I want you to click on the folder and you see again that arrow changes from being right facing to downwards. Then click on here, not new folder, but new file. And now we want to call this styles.css. You can call it anything you want, but it should end with .css. All right. Now we're going to put in here something very similar to what we did before. We're going to say we want all of our H3 tags, and we want all of them to have a background of, I don't know, orange. And we want the color on them to be beige. All right. We're going to go back and look at this in just a second. And guess what? When I do a file and I do a save and I go back, so I'm going to give you a second to type that in if you're still typing. But when I go back and I run this again, it's not going to look any different. It's not going to have these changes in there, but I'll show you how we'll put them in just a second. This is called external CSS because we put the CSS in its own file. That's considered the best kind of CSS. And it's the best because you separated your CSS and put it in a separate file from your HTML. And they actually call this separation of concerns. And that's what you want to do. So hopefully you've had a chance to put that in. I'm going to do a file save. And I'm going to go back and look again. And this didn't change a bit. There's no change. And it's...
Can you slow down, please?
Was there a question?
Do you mind if you slow down, please?
Sure. I just, what I want you to know is we have not made any change to right here. Hopefully everybody agrees. This is the first thing we did. We came in and right in our CSS file, we said, hey, we want you to take this H1 tag, the one that says CSS practice, and we want it to have a red background, and we want it to have white text. And the way we did that was right there. Does that make sense to everyone? Is there anybody who doesn't understand that?
I don't. So
Okay. Again, what we want to do is yesterday we learned to put things on a website. Would you agree with that?
yes.
We learned how to put in text and we learned how to put in images. That's really what we did all day yesterday. I mean, we learned lists and stuff and forms, but in the end, it was all letters and pictures. That's what we did yesterday. But the letters and pictures that we put in yesterday, they didn't really have a lot of aesthetic value. In other words, it's almost like everything was in black and white as opposed to being in color. Now you might say, well, no, that's not true. The picture of Busch Stadium was in color and the picture and the et cetera. And it was, but what I'm telling you is what we wrote yesterday showed the way it did on your screen because of the way it was set up by your browser. And what I'm saying is what we're doing today is we're adding styling to our HTML because we want it to look the way we want it to look. So the first thing that we put in there, and I'll put a comment here. So the first thing that we did in here was we used what was called inline CSS. Remember, CSS stands for cascading style sheets. Okay, so that's the first thing that we did right there. And what we said was, hey, when we're styling this, we want this H1 that starts here and ends here, we want it to be styled. How do we want it styled? We want its color, which is its text color. We want it to be white. We want its background color to be red. So again, we could change this right away. For example, we could make this pink. All right, and you see how it changes right away. It always gives you a little box that shows you what it's going to look like. All right, so again, if I make it blue, it's going to be that blue. That's enough. I think that should make sense to everyone. So that's how we changed just one HTML element by using inline CSS. Next, we went in and we went up into here and we added not inline CSS, but we added what is called internal CSS. Which meant that every H2 on this page, every time we had an H2 tag, we've got one here and we've got one here. So every time you find one of those H2 tags, make sure that the background, for that is green, and make sure the color for it is yellow. So the text color should be yellow, the background color should be green. And every time we have a paragraph, the background color is the reverse. So the background is yellow and the text color is green. This is better. So internal CSS is better than inline CSS. And it's better because we have removed it from the actual HTML elements itself and put them in their own area. So it's better for that reason, but it's bad for two reasons. The first reason it's bad is if I have two different web pages. So I've got my CSS practice page here, and I also have, remember that first one that we did yesterday. So if I bring up this first one that we did yesterday, any H1s are, now they're going to be purple. So I've got different style things in here. So if I want to be able to share this information, in other words, if in my entire website, for the entire website, I want every H2 that I create to have a green background and yellow text. And if I want every single paragraph that I create to have a yellow background and green text, I shouldn't put it here. All right, I should not put it there. Rather, I should put it in its own file. And when you put it in its, and when you put it, when you put it in its own file, then it is known as external CSS because it is in its own external file. Now you'll notice I'm getting an error here because when you put comments into a CSS file, you do it a little differently. You put in /* and you end it with a */. Just a little goofiness that they made you do comments one way in HTML and one way in CSS. Tomorrow, when we work on JavaScript, you can either put in your comments like this, or there's even another way, and I'm going to hold off on that until tomorrow. But now we are saying in here is we want every H3 to have a background color of orange and have a text color of beige. So notice if I go back again, all right, you say it didn't change. Well, it didn't, and that there's a reason it didn't. And it's because even though we put this into a separate file, our file here doesn't know that a separate file exists. It has no idea that there's a separate file. So hopefully with me talking you through this, you've had a chance to catch up, all right? And what I want you to do is right underneath your title, right here, we're going to add one line of code. And then that one line of code is going to make it so that our HTML file can read our CSS file. So put in a blank line, and all you have to do to start with is type in the word link, L-I-N-K, then hit your tab key. Now we're not done, but we're almost done. So it says link because we're about to link to another file. What's the relationship of the file? It's a style sheet. href means where does it live? And we've got a folder called CSS. And underneath that, we've got a folder called styles. right there. So put that in. This is assuming you made a styles folder and that you made a styles.css file. But once you put those in and you do a save, all right, now if we go back, there's our H3 tag, and it's a little hard to tell, but that is beige writing with an orange background. So what I have shown you in the last 20 minutes are the 3 different ways that you can add CSS to your HTML file. We started with the worst way, which was inline CSS. Then we went to a little better way, which was internal CSS. Then we went to the best way, which was external CSS. And again, with external CSS, the stuff is all in its own file. All right. Now, I don't want to confuse you, but I want to show you one more thing before we take our first break. And that is what I can do is I can go back here to CSS practice. I can grab all of that code that I put in these style tags, do a Control X to remove it, and then go and put it back in here. I can also go in and add H1 and put in here, what did we have? We had background red and we had color white. All right. And if I save, now I've got the same colors in here, same exact stuff, but I can now go in to my first.html, I'm sorry, my CSS practice, this thing where we added the style, I can get rid of that now and just make it an H1 tag. So the best way to do this, I showed it to you in 3 steps, but the best way to do this is to put everything into its own file. Now it's 9:50, so we're going to take a break right now. And I will look, I have not checked the chat window out yet. So if you've got questions, please put them in the chat window, okay? And I'm gonna quick look at them and then I'm gonna go refresh my water. We'll start up again at 10 o'clock. All right, it is 10 o'clock, so I'm gonna start back up again. I was reading, I was reading the chat during the break and talk about a couple of the things people mentioned. First of all, at least one person said, this is, you're going way too fast. So I'm going to try to slow down. Okay, that's first thing. Second thing, some people have been having problems with live server. What should happen, just so you know, and I should have mentioned this. So if this was your problem, it's my fault, not yours. Now, when you go here and you want to open up live server, you cannot open up live server from your CSS file. You can only open up live server from an HTML file. So you've got to be on your HTML file. Then you should be able to right mouse click and choose open with live server. But if you're on your CSS file, there's nothing there for live server. There's nothing there. So I'm not sure what the person who was having the problems, if that was the problem you were having or not. Now, let's say that's not it. Let's just say for whatever reason, live server just won't open. I don't know what I'm doing there, Mr. Scott, but it's not opening. You can always go back and go out here to where, you know, on your desktop where you've got the file and just double click on the name of the file too. And that will bring, whoop, that's the other one, I'm sorry. And that will also bring it up. All right, so you can do that as well. Okay. Let's see what else. There was another comment that had been put in the chat as well. Somebody said for some reason my background didn't change colors. Then let's go take a look at that. All right, so I'm going to come back to here. First of all, you've got your choice when you want to put in the background. You can either say background, or you can say background hyphen color. Either one of those will work. I always just put in background because it's less typing. But take a look, those of you who had problems, if you said that your background wasn't changing, you've got to spell background correct. You've got to put a colon after it. And then you've got to put in a value with a semicolon at the end. So I want to talk about what's in this file. Why does this file work? What is this stuff, so to speak? These things right here, the H3, the H2, the P, and the H1, those are called selectors. Selectors, because those are things that we are selecting. All right. Then what you put in inside of what are called curly braces here, what you put in there, these things are referred to as, these are style rules. All right. And these background, color, those are known as properties. So it's the background property and the color property. These, the orange and the beige and the green and the yellow, etc., those are just known as values. That's it. Now you'll notice that when I did this, I used colors on purpose so we could put the names in there. But if I wanted to, for example, if I wanted this one here, instead of red that you see there, I could have put in, I think it would take RGB 255 0. Try it again. Come on. 255, comma, 0, comma, 0. Like that with a semicolon. And I spell RGB wrong, of course. Okay. And another 0 there. So you can do things like that. And notice it changed to red again. Or the other one that I showed you earlier is you can use a pound sign with FF0000. And that also shows red. So you can do some of this stuff in different ways. All right. If I wanted it to be red, but not totally red, I could come in here and manually change some of these colors. So instead of 0000, maybe I would put in like 3745. I'm making that up. And now it's a little softer tone of red. All right. Now, some people always, ask me, they go, well, why would you ever use anything? Why don't you just use the names all the time? And there are lots of people who do that, but you don't get every name. So in other words, when I click in here, all right, when I click in here, yeah, it shows me this, but if I put color, etc., and I start typing here, and I type in A, it shows me all those colors. B, it shows me all those colors, etc. You get the idea. So if I want blue velvet, I can just type in BLUEV, and that's all that's left, and hit tab. All right, and that'll work just fine. I will tell you that most people who do this professionally, and I realize you're not professionals, all right, I'm not a professional programmer. I'm a professional teacher. I used to be a professional programmer when I was younger, but most professional programmers don't use the words. They use either the hex symbols or they use the RGB, because when you use the hex symbols and the RGB, you can make it look exactly the color you want. So in other words, if I change this, I'm going to come in here, and it was at the beginning, before I foolishly changed it, it was here FF0000, and that was red. But what if I want it to be red, but I want there to be a bit of blue in there, quite a bit, let's say, I don't know, 66. All right. Now it's almost got a purple tinge to it. But the point is, when I do this and I use either the hex code, which is the pound sign with numbers from 00 to FF for each one, or I use RGB, now I've got total control. All right. And the other thing I wanted to show you too is, what if in this background here, okay, so I'm going to use an RGBA. So I'm going to put RGBA, and I'm going to put in here 255, 0, 0, but I'm going to put 0.5 in here. So it's only semi, it's semi see-through, in other words. Now when I look at it, can you see how that changed? The background looks a little more bleached out, kind of. It almost looks pink, even though it's red. And the higher I make that color, the more red it's going to be. The lower I make that color, the more white it's going to be. In fact, if I went all the way down and I made this, if I made this here 0.0, notice how it turned white. Not only did it turn white, but can't see it anymore because it's white text on a white background. It's not that it's invisible, it's still there. But it's like that old joke I remember as a little kid, it's like a polar bear in a snowstorm. You just can't see that it's there, but it is indeed there. All right, that was like a short little introduction to this. So what we just went through in here are how we can go and change these things. Now, here's the question for you. What if I want this H2 to look different in color and everything than this H2? Are you with me? So I want that H2 that's up here to look different than this one. Then I have to make some changes to this. I'm going to show you those changes right now. All right. So let's just say right here, I don't know. I've got to basically, for lack of better words, give this what's called a class or an ID. So I'm going to give this an ID, which is a name that's unique to it. I'm going to say ID equals, and I'm just going to, this isn't a great name, but I'm going to call it big header. All right. So I went into that first H2 tag that I had right there, and I am putting in there big header. Now that's, you might look at that and say, that's kind of a silly name. It is, but that's okay. All right. Now there should only be one thing on this whole web page with an ID of big header. Okay. But right now I've got a thing called big header. Right now, by putting that in there like that, nothing's going to change. It's going to look the same way it looked before because we didn't put anything into our CSS file yet for an ID of big header. That's what I'm going to do right now. So I'm going to change back to my CSS file. And first of all, I don't want this to be white and white because it was just too hard to see. So I'm just going to make this RGB. We'll make it RGBA, but I'll make this 1. So it's red. Okay. But what I want now is, remember, I want this to look different than the one down here. And this one has an ID called big header. So I'm going to go into my file here, and now I'm going to put some more CSS down here for big header. BIGHEADER. But since it's an ID, you've got to put a hashtag at the beginning, £, whatever you want to call that. Now I can say, let's say that I want the background to be gray. I want the color of the text to be white. And since we called it big header, I want the font size. And don't worry, we're going to go over what this means in a bit. I'm going to put in here 4 rem. So take a second and put all that in, if you would, please. Make sure, I'm going to go back to this. Make sure you add this to your first H2 tag, a space, and ID equals double quote, big header, double quote. All right, so put that in. I'll give you a second to do that. Again, that goes into your .html file. Then once you have that, I'm hoping that you've got that in now, go to your CSS file and add this that you see here in blue. And when you're done, save it. Do a file save or a Control S, whatever's easiest for you. And then once you do that and you bring it up in Live Server, see how that one changed? It now has a gray background, it has white text, and it's bigger than it was before. That text is bigger in size than it was before. So this is the magic that made that happen. I said somewhere on my page, I've got something that says ID big header. And for that ID of big header, I want it to have a gray background, white text, and I want the font size to be 4 rem. We're going to talk about rem, but just not this second. But we will talk about it. Okay. And again, once you put that in and save it and go back using Live Server or just double click on the HTML file, you should see the changes. All right. I'm trying to slow it down. I'm hoping I'm going at a speed that's good for people. All right. Now, let's pretend for a second that going back to here, all right, let's pretend that we want, not only do we want this paragraph here, not only do we want that paragraph to be orange with white writing, but we also want this, just this H3 to be orange also with whatever color, I guess purple or whatever the writing was. So we want these two to look the same as far as their color, background color and everything. But one's an H3 and one's a paragraph. There's actually 2 ways I can do this. I'm going to show you both, but then I'm going to show you the not preferred way first, then the preferred way second. What I could do is I could say, hey, I want both my H3 and my paragraphs to look like that. Then I don't need this one anymore, this paragraph thing. So I'm just going to comment it out. Maybe I'll want it later. So now I'm saying if it's an H3 or if it's a paragraph, I want the background to be blue and the color to be blue violet. So if I put that in and save and go back, now you'll notice these two are both, there's that, there we go. They're both purplish, blue violet or whatever it was the text color, and the background is now orange. Now you might look at that and go, well, it worked. Why isn't that the preferred way of doing it? It's not the preferred way of doing it because this says I want every H3 tag to be orange with blue violet and every paragraph to be orange with blue violet. What if I don't want all of them to be orange and blue violet, but just some of them? So in other words, if I come back in here, you don't have to do this, but I'm going to come back in here and I'm going to make another paragraph. And notice without me, oops, well, that didn't work. I don't know why. All right. But now, even though in here, I didn't add anything to this paragraph other than make the paragraph, notice the paragraph itself, it's automatically this color. What if I don't want that paragraph to be that color? Well, I'm going to have to make changes because as of right now, This is saying every H3 tag should look like this and every paragraph should look like this. I don't want that. So again, if I come back to my file here and now I add another H3 tag, and I save it and I go back into my live server, again, notice the color. I don't want these two here to be orange with blue violet writing. I don't want those. I just want these two. So how do I do that? And the answer is in here, I give them a thing that says class. So I'm going to put in here class equal. Now, I could call this blue orange. I could do that, or orange blue violet, and it would work. But what if later on I decide that I want to change the colors to something else? Then I have to remember to come back into here and change it from orange blue violet to something else. So I'm just going to call this colorful text. It's kind of a silly name, but that's what I'm going to give. So I'm going to give colorful text here. And since it's a class, I can use it as many times as I want to. So I now have 2 times in here, once in my first H3 tag, once in my first paragraph tag, that's using this class that's called colorful text. All right, so I'm going to save this. Hopefully you had enough time to put that in. And I'm going to go back into my styles. And instead of saying this, P and H3, I don't need those anymore. I need to use a period, which is what you use to designate a class, and colorful text. Now this says anything that has a class of colorful text, anything should automatically have an orange background and blue violet text. Let's change it because that blue violet didn't appear very well on there. So let's make it, I don't know, it's yellow. All right. I don't know how well that'll look, but you get the idea. So now I've changed that. And if it worked, if it did work, then when I go back to here, this stuff should all be orange background with yellow text. This one should not have changed. It should be the default, which is just white background and black writing. And this one should be white background and black writing. So let me do a file save and let me go over into my live server and you'll see how these changed right there. And those down here did not change. All right. So we're doing this slowly, but it's unbelievably important because people need to have an understanding if you're going to create your own web pages on how to style these web pages. All right. So I've shown you in here, what I want to mention to you is what I have shown you in here are 3 different things. These things, when you got the name of a tag like H2 or H1, etc., those are called regular selectors. These things that start with periods are called class selectors. And the ones that start with a hashtag are called ID selectors. Because again, an ID should only work on one thing per page. All right, a class can work on multiple things per page. All right.
Hey, Jeff, this is Barbara. You have a couple of students that have chatted to you recently.
All right, and let's take a look. Those are not what you put in. You don't put in brackets. Those things where you're putting in the bracket, hold down on the shift key and then put these in. They should look like this. Let me show it to you. Let's see. I'll show it to you over here because it might resonate a little bit better on there. So you want to put in something that looks like this and this. Curly braces, not brackets. If you use brackets, it won't work. The system doesn't know what you mean. So you put in the right things, but you didn't hit the shift key first. So it's shift and then those two bracket keys to put in curly braces. That should fix the problem that you have. Try it, and if it does not, please let me know. All right. Now you say I use those, but I'm, what you put here, I guess those are those. Okay. So then let's see if we can figure out what the problem is. All right. Now you'll notice mine might be a different color than yours. I added some extensions before, but you don't have to do that. But you do want to make sure that when you put these in, everything is spelled correctly. So in other words, for this colorful text, dot, no blank space, colorful text. So this word right here, that word must be exactly the same as that word right there. They must be exactly the same. The spelling must be the same, even the caseness. That's why I'm putting all these in lowercase. You can't mix this. So in other words, if I put an F right here, a big F, it wouldn't work anymore because I have nothing called colorful text with a big F. All right. So you've got to make sure you say class equals, you need a blank space here. You shouldn't have any blanks in the rest of this. All right. Whoops. All right. Then going back to our CSS, again, dot for a class, colorful text, space, curly braces, then inside of there, whatever it is you want to change. You must put a semicolon at the end of each one of these lines. If you leave one off on the last one, it'll still work. But if I leave off this semicolon here, all right, I've got an error and it's showing me right there. It says, when I put my mouse there, semicolon expected. So when I put it back, the errors all go away. Now, if you say to me, I spelled everything correctly and I put it in exactly the way you said, and it's not changing colors, then I'm not sure what it is. Then what you're going to have to do, the best thing for you to do is to take that file and email it to me. All right. I can try to do it on the chat, but sometimes when you send stuff in chat, when students do, it doesn't work well. But if you want to email me your files to jpscott@ranken.edu, as soon as we have our next break, which will be in 25 minutes, I'll be more than happy to take a look at it. All right. That's the best I guess I can give you right now. But what I'd like to do is, even if you had some problems, I want to show you some of the other stuff that you can change. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come back and I'm going to put in, I'm going to go back to a paragraph. I'm going to put in a nice big paragraph here. So I've got, in fact, I think I've got this. It's got like 100 words in it or something. That's good. So this paragraph, I'm going to give it its own class, and I'm going to say it's equal to CSS features, because I'm going to show you some of the features, some of the stuff that you can do with CSS. So go to that paragraph. If you didn't make a paragraph before, let's make it now. Just type in P and hit the tab key, then type in lorem, LOREM with 100, hit the tab key again, and you can leave it all on the same line. It's not going to hurt anything. Or if you want to, you can put this on multiple lines. It really and truly doesn't matter. So I could put all of this on a bunch of different lines just so you can see all of it, all of you can, on the screen. It really and truly doesn't matter. And there's a lot of words in 100 words. Okay, so I've now got that in there. And like I said, we will put in here class, equals CSS features. So I can show you some of the other features, because right now, all I have shown you are working with the background color for something and the text color for something. And that's all fine and dandy, but there's a lot more stuff you can do other than just that. All right. So hopefully everybody has had a chance to put this in. You can make this as big as you want. I put 100 words in there. And Barbara, I don't know if you're still listening, but just so you know, this lorem, this is what's called dummy or filler text. All right, that's all it is. And a lot of times you put that into a website until the person you're making the website for gives you actual text to put in. All right, so again, it's just dummy text. All right, so now we want to show some of the features. So we've got a paragraph, it's got a class of CSS features. I'm going to do a file save, and I'm going to go back to my styles.css file. And now I'm going to come down here, and I can do it anywhere I want, but I'll just put it here. I'll get rid of this. And I'm going to put in .css features. So here is where I'm going to put in all of my CSS features. All right. Now I can put in color here. I can put in background here. I can put all that in, but you've seen that already. I don't think that's that big of a thing. So even though I can put those in, I'm not going to. I'm going to add some other features. Like what? Well, let's say we want this entire paragraph to be bolded. I want this entire paragraph here to be bolded. All I do is I type in font, weight, bold. That's it. Font, weight, bold. Now, looking at this paragraph right now is not bolded because I haven't saved yet. So that paragraph that you see right there is not bolded. But notice, after putting in font weight bold, as soon as I do a file, save, and I go back to here, now it is bolded. That's literally all that I had to do in order to be able to bold this. All right, that was it. So jumping back then, let's look at some other stuff. All right, if I don't want it bolded, I don't have to have it bolded. All right, I could remove that. And there's different ways that you can bold. I don't want to confuse you, but there's different ways you can use numbers, etc. Okay, let's say that I want this to be a lot smaller. In other words, I don't want the size of it to be as big as it is. So I can type in here font, size, small. Notice I can put in here small, smaller, extra small, which is X dash small, or extra extra small, which is XX dash small. So I put in small and that. I'm not going to save yet. Why? Because first I'm going to go over and show you there's the size of it right now. All right. Then I go back into here and I do save. And now I go back again and it's much smaller than it was. And if you say, no, it's not, then let's change it one more time and let's make it XX dash small. Just so you see that, and save and look at it. And now it's a lot smaller than it was. All right. Now that's kind of neat stuff. And I'm going to show you a couple more things right now. Again, maybe I think they're neat, maybe you don't. I don't know. But I want to show you two things, at least, before we take our next break. The first one is, right now, I'm not sure what font we're using. Whatever font we're using, and that the font is what makes the characters appear to look the way they look. The font we're using is whatever the browser gave us. So it's the default font for the browser. But I want to change that. And I'm going to show you two ways of changing it. The first way we're going to use a couple of the built-in things that we have, and then we're going to go out to Google Fonts and we're going to pick our own font. So I'm going to come in here now. I'm going to say font, family. And just so you can see how different it'll look, I'm going to type in here cursive. All right, so I'm going to type in the word cursive, comma, sans serif. So put in this. This is the line I just added. Cursive, sans serif. And I'm going to make this small again so it's a little bit bigger. I'm not saved yet. I have not saved yet. So this is what it looks like right now. You can see it right here. All right, but it's going to get bigger and the font type we're going to have is going to change drastically in just a minute. And it changes when I go back and do a file save. So again, we just added this line, font family cursive, sans serif. Now when I go back into here, that's a real big change. Now you may like that font, you may hate that font. So what I'm going to do in just a couple minutes is I'm going to show you how we can get our own font. And which, what does that mean? I'm going to show you that in just a second. But what we have done in here so far is we have said that anything with a class of CSS features, and that's what we put on that paragraph, should be bold, should have a small font size, and it should have a font family that's cursive or sans serif. Let's look at each one of these. All right. So if I put in font weight like this and I hit space, I don't have to choose bold. If I type in a B, notice there's bold and there's bolder. I can also put in numbers that go, I think it'll take this, but maybe I'm wrong, from 100 to 900. And the higher the number, the more bold it is. I have never used that because it tends to work kind of funky on different types of browsers. But I put in bold because we wanted that to be bold. Then we had our font size. And you'll notice not only, when I look at this, not only is there small, but there's large, larger, X large, and XX large. So we could have made this large. And again, I'm not going to save yet, but look at this so you can see what size it currently is. All right. Now, if I go back again and I do a file save and I look at it again, it's now bigger than it was. All right. And I made our font family cursive. What this means is I want you to use a cursive font. If for some reason there is not a cursive font available on the machine I'm using, then use a sans serif font, which means it's a default font. There are two types of default fonts that every computer has: serif and sans serif. And the difference is, and I always get them confused, but one of them, like if you, for example, if you put in a capital A, I'm going to remove this right away, but if you put that in, with one of them, it puts little curly cues like on the bottom two sides, and the other one doesn't. Now, what if I don't want to use cursive or sans serif? What if I don't even know what font families are available? Notice, as soon as I start, when I come in here and I type in font family, colon, now it shows me all the ones that are built in. Courier New, etc. So there's a whole bunch of them. So if Franklin Gothic Medium, that sounds cool. All right. So if I put that one in, I want my semicolon at the end, but I'm not going to save yet. So you see what it looks like, but I'm going to go back and now I'm going to save, and it's now using a different type of font. And you should see a big difference. All right. Now, there's one more thing in here that I want to show you. I want to explain something, and then I want to show you one more thing. Notice in here, me remove this, that for Franklin Gothic medium and Arial narrow, they're inside of quotes. See that? It could be single quotes or double quotes. It doesn't matter. But they must be in quotes, either single quotes or double quotes, one or the other. Must be like that. And that's because both of those names have a blank space in them. If I didn't put them in quotes, it would think we've got one family called Franklin, one called Gothic, one called medium. But notice the words Arial and sans serif, they're one word. Now it doesn't hurt. I can put them in double quotes. You can do that. You don't get an error, but it's what's called superfluous. In other words, you're doing something you don't need to do. But each one of those fonts has to be put, if it's more than one word, in its own set of either single quotes or double quotes. That's the first thing. The second thing, I don't know, maybe you noticed this, maybe you didn't. Every one of the three things that we put in here starts with the word font. See that? Font weight, font size, font family. Wouldn't it be nice, instead of putting in three things, if we could just put in one? And we can. So I'm going to take these three things that are in here for now, and I'm just going to comment them out. And I'm going to see if I can put this on one line. Now the order may matter, so I may goof this up. But if I say font, colon, now if I say bold, space, large, space, and I'm just going to copy this from here. So it looks like this. All right. Now I'm going to save it. And if I run it again and it looks exactly the same as it just did, it worked. And it does. So why did I even show you that? I mean, who cares? Well, you should care, because you've got your choice when you set these things up. Sometimes when people are first learning this, they like to do it this way and put it in as three different lines, because then they're showing they know, hey, first I'm going in here and first I am setting the font weight. Then next I'm setting the font size. Then next I'm setting the font family. All right. So hopefully what I just mentioned and just went over with you, hopefully it made a little bit of sense. All right. But let's say it made absolutely no sense to you. You're like, I'm listening, but I have really no idea of what you're talking about. I just am totally confused. Okay. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to comment out this entire thing. So everything that we've got in here, everything that says CSS features, in fact, I'll even comment out CSS features. So everything that's in here, whoops, everything that's in here is now commented out. Okay, well, I need to comment out that curly brace too. All right, now it's all commented out. It's like it's not even there. I would like everybody here, please, everybody, to open up a new window in your browser and go out to font, I think it's fonts.google.com. Okay, and if you say, I don't know what you just said, hopefully you can read this. Oops. But it's fonts.google.com. If you go out there and it looks like this, it worked. All right, I'll make it even bigger. Fonts.google.com. Now, this is one of the neatest sites on the internet, and I want to tell you why it is. All right. First of all, did anyone have any problems getting out there? Anybody? Okay. I was out here 2 weeks ago and they had 1,052 different fonts available. In the last 2 weeks, they've added 12 more fonts. So there are 1,064 different fonts that you can use. And I mean, I'm not going to take the time, but you can see all these. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab one that looks really, 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 really different. And how about this one right here that says festive? So I went in here and in fact, let's just do this one because it's near the top. This query or whatever it's called. I'm going to choose that one. So how do I choose it? First thing I want to do is I want to click on it right here. And then it shows me the different things that are available. Now this is going to look really, really different when we do this. This is going to make our page look really different because we're going to apply it to every single bit of text on the page. All right. So now that I've got this, okay, let's see, styles, glyphs, about, license. These are all a little bit different than one another. So let's see. I want to click over here. You've got a plus sign that says select this style. So click on that and that should bring up this. There's two ways that we can load this stuff. I'm going to show you it the way that we've been loading so far. And if I do this too fast, stop me, I'll remove it and I'll do it all over again. All right, so I went out to fonts.google.com and underneath fonts.google.com, we were right there. I just grabbed the second one because it looks really different from what we have. So I clicked on it. And then I went over where it says this plus sign, it says select this style. And I clicked on that. It looks almost like a button when you highlight it. Now I want to take this statement here that says link, this thing, I want to highlight all of that from beginning to end. I want to highlight every bit of it. Don't miss a single character. Once you've done that, then right mouse click on it and choose copy, or however you do a copy. So I highlighted all of it. Make sure link is chosen here and not import. But choose link, highlight all of it, and choose copy to copy it to the clipboard. All right. After you've done that, go back to your CSS file. I'm sorry, go back to your HTML file. Up here. And way up on the top in our head section, all right, way up on top in our head section, right before the bottom of the head section here, inside of the head, but right before the bottom, paste that in. It's pretty ugly, and don't worry about it. It's basically just saying where those fonts live out on the internet. You're actually using what's called a content delivery network or a CDN, which means, hey, when I say I want to use this file, this is where that lives. HTTPS, fonts.google, etc. So that's what we're telling it. Now that I've changed this in here, it's still not going to work yet. I first have to do three things. A file save. Then I've got to go back into here. And now I want to grab this line down here that says font family Ohiri sans serif. I want to comment. I want that whole line right there, that whole thing. I want to copy it to the clipboard. So with it highlighted, I'm again going to right mouse click and choose copy. And now I'm going to go back to my CSS file. And I want to apply this everywhere on my page. So I'm going to go back up to the top of my CSS file, to the very top. I'm going to put in a couple blank lines and I'm going to type in body, comma, HTML, which means I want to apply this to my entire document. Then I'm going to paste that in. So I've just told it for this entire document, I wanted to use this query file, Quahiri or whatever it's called, that font. And if you can't find it, just use the regular sans serif. Now that I've done that, and I do a file save, and I go back to live server, and I go back to my program, you can sure see how that's changed. Now that's pretty ugly, but I wanted to have us change to a font, and I wanted that font to be something that would really stick out. So if I did that too fast, what we did, because I'm going to go do it all over again, and I'll just switch to a different font. So what we did right from the start, okay, I'm going to close this. What we did was we went out to fonts.google.com. All right, I chose this font, but I want a different one. The one that was down there that was called Festive was kind of neat. So I'm going to, in the search box here, I'm going to type in Festive, and there it is. Now it's going to be kind of hard to read because it's cursive, but it'll work just fine. So I'm going to click on it again. Come on. And it says there's one style. Well, doesn't like what I'm, there we go. So I want to choose, select this style like we just did. And just like we did before, I'm going to highlight this, make sure link is chosen, not import. We want link chosen. And I'm going to highlight all of it. I'm going to right mouse click and choose copy. Now I want to go in and replace the one that I put in here. These 3 lines, I want to replace them because I'm putting in a different font. So now I put in a different font. Then I go back again to the internet and I grab this thing that says font family. And it's got festive and it's got cursive in it now. So I highlight that. I do a copy. I go back now to my CSS page and I change my font family. So it says festive. I save. Now when I go back again and bring this up, now you can see a totally different font. All right. Now, I want to look in here because we're about to take a break. But during the break, the person who emailed me, who said you're having problems, I'm going to look at your files that you sent me during the break. All right. But I have a question for all of you, and that is with what we just did. In other words, we came in here and first we set 3 font features individually. Then I showed you how you could set all 3 of them at one time. Then we commented that out, went out to Google Fonts, found ourselves a font. Now just even grab another one. All right, so let's grab something else. So grab something that looks a little more normal. I kind of like the Roboto, okay? And notice with this one, it's got a bunch of different styles that you can choose. So I can have a lighter one, a darker one, a medium-sized one. I'll just choose 2 or 3 at random. I'll choose that one, and I'll choose that one, and I'll choose that one. I just grabbed 3 of them. Now I go and grab this, and I highlight, whoops, I again highlight all of it. Whoops, try it again. Come on. So I highlight all of it, right mouse click, choose copy. All right, go back to my HTML file and remove, because that was the one I just put in. So I remove that and replace it with this one. Save, go back to Google Fonts, grab this font family. This is my actual CSS in there. Again, right mouse click and choose copy. Then go back to my CSS file and change my font family in there. So it's now Roboto and sans serif. Save, go back, and now I've got a nicer looking font. All right, it is 10:51. We'll come back at 11:01. During the break, I'm going to do my best. The person who's still having problems with theirs, I'm going to do my best to take a quick look at it, see if I can see what problems you might be having. So I'll see you back here again in 10 minutes at 11:01. See you then. All right, I'm going to continue. A couple people are having problems with this. So I'm going to literally just go to the top here, and I'm going to quickly show you everything that's in this file. There's only 30 lines, and I can even, and everything that's in the other file. What this right here said, yours might be different. You now know how to go out to Google Fonts, which is fonts.google.com, and download any font you want. All right. And you know that to do that, you've got to put it in your CSS, and you have to also add that, or add those lines that they tell you to add in your HTML file, like I did here. All right. But getting back to the CSS, this here, first of all, CSS it's case sensitive. So as I mentioned before, if you put a big B in here, it's not going to work. It doesn't know what that means. It expects it all to be in lowercase like this. This basically says for the entire document, for my entire document, I want to use the Roboto font family. If you cannot find the Roboto font family, I want you to use sans serif, which exists on every machine there is. Every machine there is, every computer ever made, to my knowledge, has some kind of a default serif font and a default sans serif font. All right. Now, next, this right here, this says anything that has a class, of colorful text should have a background that's orange and should have a font color that's yellow. This says, unless told otherwise, all H2 tags should have a background of green, a background color, and a font color of yellow. This one, even though we commented out, originally we had put it in like this. And that said, we want the font to be bolded for any class. Remember the dot, any class that's called CSS features. We want the font to be bolded. We want it to be a large font. And we want the font family to be Franklin Gothic Medium if you have it. If you don't have it, try for an Arial Narrow. If you don't have that, try for an Arial. And if you don't have that, just give me whatever sans serif your default is. But after I showed this to you as 3 lines, I mentioned that as a shortcut, you can put it in as just 1 line. So we did that. All right, then eventually we replaced them with the Google font. All right, as far as what's left, this says H1 background, and this is red. Now this should only make the only place we're using red in here, and again, I can use the word red too, it'll work just fine. So I can put in red. Now the only place that you should have this set up for is under H1, background red. So somebody had told me that they had a red background for everything. You shouldn't if you set it up like this. All right. So this says that all H1 tags should have a background color of red and the color of their font should be white. Finally, this says that anything that I have with an ID of big header should have a background color of gray, a font color of white, and this was originally 4, but it was really big. So it should also have a font size of 2. All right. And I'm going to do a file save. And then in our practice here, these 3 lines right here, all right, in fact, let me grab this and just tab it over. You don't have to do this. But these 3 lines here, those 3 lines allowed us to add the Google font. So I'm just going to change my comment here to say adding Google font below. You don't have to do that, but I did it. So remember from yesterday, that's our document type. This is our HTML tag that says that we're using English. This has got everything that will not appear on the website, but stuff the browser needs. It now knows that our character set is UTF-8, meaning it's using Unicode. It's telling us that if we're using an old version of IE, treat it like it's Edge. This, again, we haven't talked much about, but it says do the best you can to make it responsive. This takes our title and makes it CSS practice. So when I look at the running version, up there it says CSS practice. That's the title. This links our style sheet. Okay, this links our style sheet to the page with a link rel equals style sheet. So that brings in everything that's in this file that we just went over is now available to our web page. And this added the Google fonts. It doesn't matter if you put this before or after this. It doesn't matter. Then we went down into our body. And the first thing we did, we don't have any inline CSS anymore. We did originally. So I'm just going to remove that comment. We put in an H1 tag. Automatically, that H1 tag, one of the things that's going to happen is it's going to go and look at the CSS. Once it's loaded, it says, H1 should have a background of red, should have a font color of white. So that's what that one does. Then this one first says, oh, H2. Oh, wait a minute. It's got an ID of big header. And an ID takes precedence over, an ID in a class take precedence over one of these regular selectors. So this says, oh, I got to look for something with an ID of big header. So it's going to have a pound sign with the word big header. So it looks over here and it says, oh, there it is. It should be gray background, should be white colored text, should have a font size of 2 rem. All right, then next, it says, oh, I've got 2 things in a row. Both of them have a class of colorful text. One is an H3 and one is a paragraph, but it doesn't matter. I should go in and find a class which starts with a dot of colorful text. So I go back in here. There's my dot, colorful text. So both that paragraph and that H3 should both have a background that's orange and a font color that's yellow. All right. Then we've got another H2 tag. There's no ID and there's no class on this. So the system will go and look and said, well, am I supposed to style H2 tags? Yes, I am. They should have a background color that's green and a font color that's white. Then it goes down further and it says, okay, now I've got this paragraph here, and this paragraph has got a class of CSS features in it. Well, remember, we took that CSS features and commented it out. So let's bring it back in, but I don't want to play with the fonts anymore because we've already got our fonts set. This will allow me to start showing you what's called padding and margin. All right, and we're gonna talk about this most. This will be the thing we talk about the most until lunch today. So I'm gonna put in here padding 4 rem. It's really a lot of padding, but you'll see why in just a minute. Okay, I'm not gonna save yet. Now this says again, so that'll take care of that. So this is going to have padding on it, nothing else. Just so it stands out, let's make it a different color too. So we'll say padding 4 rem, and we'll make the font color different. So I'm going to say what color? What's one we haven't used? I don't think we've used pink. If we have, it's no biggie. All right. And then finally, we got an H3. So the CSS will go and look, do we have anything for H3s? No, we don't. So it just says handle it like you would regularly. Now let's put something in here so we see if it is handled. So we'll say our H3s, we'll just give them a background. So we'll say here background, I don't know, black. And we'll give it a text color of white. Now I'm using the words again. Now I haven't saved yet, so none of this stuff has changed. But once I come back in here now and I do a file, save all, and I come back and change, now you can see the changes that have been made. That paragraph has changed, and there's a lot more space here. That's the padding I just added. All right, and this is now black background with white text. So it appears as though all of the change that we just put in worked. Okay, now what I'm going to do, because I want to explain to you what padding is and what margin is. And believe it or not, probably the easiest way to explain it to you is to go back to W3 schools and show you something that's called the box model. May not make any sense, but once you see the picture, hopefully it'll make a little bit of sense to you. That's the box model. All right. What it's saying in English is everything on your web page is in a box. Every letter is in a box. Every word is in a box. Every sentence is in a box. Every paragraph is in a box. Every image is in a box. That box that they're in is what is referred to here as content. So that's what you keyed in. All right. Surrounding the content, and just so you know, this padding here and this margin, they can have a size, but they're invisible. And if you say, I don't know what you mean, I'll explain it when we see the picture in a second. But if you remember, I went in and I set padding in our CSS file. So I went in here and I set padding to 4 rem. All right. What padding does is it takes the area that's between your content and your border. We don't have a border yet, but we're going to put one in a minute. So it takes all the area, that's all the area, the gray area here, that's between your content and your border. I made it 4 rem, so it got real big. Now, when I put that in there and I said padding 4 rem, that's a shortcut. That's like I said this. Whoops. So I'm going to put it in, but this, what I just showed you is a shortcut for saying padding, padding, try it again, padding, top, 4 rem, padding, right, 4 rem, padding, bottom, 4 rem, padding, left, 4 rem. So what I just showed you is a shortcut. This line is a shortcut for these 4 lines. I would never use the 4 lines when I can do it in 1 line. All right. Now, I tell people to look at this like an old-fashioned clock. And if you say, don't know what you mean, Mr. Scott, well, I'm going to put in here, I'm going to go into Google and I'm going to say, I'm going to go into Google Images. And I'm going to put in here analog clock. All right. And it doesn't matter which one of these I pick. Okay. But I kind of like this one here to show you what I want to show you, this one. So there it is. I'm going to grab it. And just imagine for a second. Okay. And actually, it's a working clock. 12 o'clock, that's what I call padding top. 3 o'clock, that's what I called padding right. 6 o'clock, that's what I called padding bottom. And 9 o'clock is what I called padding left. So when you set up padding, again, look at this picture. When you set up padding, there's padding top, there's padding right, there's padding bottom, and there's padding left. So what I did when I put in my CSS was I said I wanted padding of 4 rem, and rem is a unit. We're going to talk about that after lunch. But if you've ever heard the term pixels, and you may or may not have, it's okay. That means I want 64 pixels of padding on the top, on the right, on the bottom, and on the left. All right. So this, again, this one line, line 22, this line is a shortcut for all 4 of these lines. Why does that matter? Well, what if I don't want all of them to have the same amount? So what if I want this one to have 4 rem, and I want this one to have 3 rem, and I want this one to have 2 rem, and I want this one to have 1 rem? Now I can do it like that, but I can work on this shortcut I've got right here. Remember the clock. 4 rem is the top. All right, 3 rem is 3 o'clock. 2 rem is 6 o'clock, and 1 rem is 9 o'clock. So this right here, these 4 lines, I can just put in like this. Now it's going to look quite a bit different. I don't think I've saved yet, but look on here. You see how I've got kind of an equal amount here? There was a little bit of padding here anyway, but I've got an equal amount here and down on the bottom. Well, once I go back in here and I save, it's going to end up looking different. You might say, no, it didn't. Yeah, this is much narrower here than it was before. This is the same or wider. All right, so it does look different. But what I am trying to get across to you is 2 things. First of all, content is whatever you keyed in. It could be text, it could be images. Padding is the area that's right around, it surrounds the content. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back again into here, and I'm going to make all of them 4 rem like they were. You'll see why in a minute. And I'm going to get rid of this because we don't need it. Now there's other ways that you can put in padding. You can put in only 2 numbers or 3 numbers. I don't want to confuse you any more than I maybe already have. So I'm not going to do that. But let's say that after this padding, we want a border. All right. And we want that border to be 3 pixels. We want it to be green, and we want it to be a solid border. All right. I have not saved yet. So right now, what should happen when we look at this in a minute, there it is. Okay, we don't need the clock anymore, and we don't need this anymore. All right. What should happen in just a minute is there's going to be a green border around this. How do I know that? Well, I'm going to go back to here and I'm going to save. And now I'm going to go back to here. And it's kind of hard. There's my border. So why did I do that? Because I wanted to show you, there's my 4 rem of padding on the top. There's my 4 rem of padding on the right. There's my 4 rem of padding on the bottom. And there's my 4 rem of padding on the left. You'll notice that if I cut down the amount of padding I have from 4 rem, for example, to, let's say, you can use decimals, 1.5. So I cut it down more than half and I saved. Now notice how different it looks. But again, you see top padding, right padding, bottom padding, left padding. They're set up right now so they are all the same size. You do not have to do that. So what I have shown you so far in this box model, we put in our content. We've always had that. We added some padding around it. We added some border around it. And guess what? When we go back to our border, we don't have to have an entire border. We can have just a top border. I'm going to show you each one of these individually. So here's a top border. Oops. And all we have is the top. All right. Then I'm going to go back again and I'm going to change it to right. So now we have just a right border. And there it is. Now you say we still have a top. No, we don't. There's no top border here anymore. There's our right border. We can do it again. And we can choose just have it to be bottom. And you'll notice now we have just a bottom border. And as you'd probably guess, what's left? Left. And now I have only a left border. Now, most people, not everyone, I'm going to make this yellow because it's kind of confusing because that's green as well. So I'm going to change the color here of my border to yellow. All right. And I'm going to show it to you again, just so you can see now that's yellow. Not always, but most of the time, when people set borders, they set a border for the entire thing, everything. Notice too, if I make this real big, like if I make it 15, this is going to be a really chunky border. See how big it got? Okay. You don't have to do that, but I'm just showing you the bigger you make it, the thicker that border is getting. All right. And let's see. And it doesn't have to be solid. There's dashed. So a dashed border. Hopefully you see the difference. You might say that's ugly. You never have to. All right. There is dotted. Okay. And I think is there a double? I don't remember. There's at least a couple more. Well, it says double. I think that's it. Double border. Okay. And there probably are even more than that, just so you know. All I'm trying to do is introduce this stuff to you. All right. So what you've seen so far, we have our content. I showed you how our content can be surrounded by padding. I showed you that after our padding, we can have a border. So the padding is the area that's in the content. It's part of the content, but it's between the content and the border. The margin, imagine I had two of these. So imagine I had another box that looked exactly like this one that was above this or below it. The margin is the area between different things. So if you say, I don't understand, I'm going to show you and hopefully you will. All right. Let's pick on something here. And what I'm going to do is, I think you'll agree, there's not much space here between this CSS practice and this right here that says this is an H2 tag. So we're going to put some in. And I'm going to add some margin into this element right here. The good news is you work with margin exactly the same way you do with padding. In other words, rather than padding top, padding right, padding bottom, and padding left, it's margin top, margin right, margin bottom, and margin left. So I'm going to show you each one of those. All right. So I'm going to come in here, and that was right after, what was that? That was right near the top. And this is our H2 with big head. Let's put it, we'll put it in this one. We'll put it in the CSS practice. All right. So that's the only H1 we have, I believe, that's in here. So in our H1, it's got a background of red and a color of white, but now we're going to start putting in some margin. Let's start by putting in margin all the way across it. So I'm going to type in here margin, colon, for rem. All right, I haven't saved yet, but what I want you to notice is how the area that's between this one and this one and this one changes when I put this in. So I'm going to go back in and I'm going to save. And now I'm going to go in and look at it. You see what happened? It put 4 rem of margin here and here and here and here. You can see how it kind of pushed it over. Looks a little more centered, etc. now. All right. But just like before, I don't have to do it that way. In other words, I can put in just margin top. And notice how it looks different. Just got the top margin. There's no margin now on the left or on the right or on the bottom. This is put in by the browser. I didn't put in that margin there. All right. And I can come back here again and I can make this margin right. And you'll notice now it's pushed way over on the right, but now I have no top margin. I've got no left margin. I can come in again and I can make it margin bottom. And you'll notice again, now I've got more margin down here. And finally, I can go in and put in margin left. And you'll notice I've got a big left margin, but no top, no bottom, and no right margin. So that's how you work with margin. Now, you may say, but big deal. If you can understand how to use margin and how to use padding, not borders so much, because borders, if anything, they're overused. But if you can understand on a web page how to do padding and margin, you can place almost anything you want, almost anywhere you want on a page. So I'm not going to read this to you, but this is their definition of content, padding, margin, and border. And like I said, it's not that I'm trying to waste your time, just the opposite. I'm trying to hit you with the stuff that I think, at least, is the most important. And that's what we're spending some time on. All right. All right. Now, earlier, somebody had a problem. Let's see, make sure I. Okay, again, I'll take a look at that. All right, I'm not going to be able to go to that. That's not what I have to go to. You're going to have to send me both your HTML file and send me your CSS file. The person who's still having the background all red, and I'll look at it during lunch. Okay. All right. Now, why is this stuff even important? I mean, who cares? Well, do you remember yesterday we spent a little bit of time and I talked to you about divs, and I said a div is a block level element. In other words, it starts on a new line. It stretches the width by default of the entire screen. Well, now look what we have. We've got a div. It's got a width of 300 pixels. It's got a border around it. It's got padding and it's got margin. All right. So there it is. But I'm gonna change a couple things just so you see them. So first of all, let's take its width. Instead of 300, let's make it 550 pixels. And watch how the width of this changes. Okay. So it's a lot wider than it was. All right, you see that. I mean, it's no biggie. I think you all get that. I'll make it back. I'll make it 350 so it can all show here. Now the border, I can change the color so I can make it red. And it goes to red. I can change the type. So instead of solid, I can make it dotted. So it's now dotted. And I can change the width of the border. So instead of 15 pixels, I can make it 3 pixels. And it doesn't show nearly as much. So we've looked at those. The background color, that light gray, you already know this. We could change this. So in other words, we could make this black. And we could make the color of our text white. All right. So now we've got that. All right. Padding, you've already looked at. So that's the area that's in here. That's our padding top. Here, that's our padding right. Here, that's our padding bottom. And here, that's our padding left. Right now, it's set to 50 pixels. I'm going to change it from 50 pixels to 10 pixels. So it's only now 20% of the size that it was. All right. Now I'm going to bump it up so it's 10 times that size. Oops. Now it's 100 pixels. So you see the difference. And then finally, I'll set this back again. Let's make it something manageable. So we'll make it like 30. All right. So it looks like that. In fact, I'm going to make this, I'm going to make another one that looks just like this div. So I'm going to copy this code right here. And I'm going to put it right down below the code we just put in. But between those two divs, I'm going to put in 3 blank lines. All right. Now, when I save, notice what I have. I've got 2 divs that look exactly alike. The only reason I put in a second div was to show you that if I say margin, right now it says 20 pixels. If I change it to 100 pixels and run it, notice there's 100 pixels of margin all the way around, including between the two. So they each have 100 pixels. So what I've spent the last probably a good 20 minutes on is going over here with you the CSS box model. And I'm not exaggerating to you when I tell you we spend an entire period, and our periods at Ranken are 4 hours long. They start at 8 in the morning and they end at noon. I give them breaks and stuff like I give you breaks. But we spend, out of those 4 hours, we spend about 3 hours and 30 minutes, all right, on just talking about this box model. That's how important it actually is. All right. Now, I do want to show you one other thing. Okay. And that is, you might remember this from yesterday. I'm on a website right now. I'm on the W3 Schools website. And I'm going to cut down, there's a lot of text in here. So I'm going to cut down the amount of text about in half. So right there and right there. I want you to be able to see everything, in other words. So now, and let me get rid of some of that margin. So we'll make this 20. Now you can see them both. In fact, we'll cut it down even more than that. Cut it down to 5 pixels. There. Now you can see both of these, hopefully. All right. What I want you to understand, though, is if I right mouse click and I go to inspect in here, I can go and look at all of the stuff that's in here. Okay. These are called my developer tools right here. Now I'm spending almost no time on them because we could spend a whole day on them. All right. And either you think, wow, that's really cool, or this is really stupid. All right. We will look at these again tomorrow when we talk about JavaScript. But for now, I think it's okay just to show them to you. So if I take my mouse and in my body here, all right, where it says demonstrating the box model, if I put my mouse right over that, now you can see hopefully on the screen to the left where it says demonstrating the box model. All right, it's now got a blue outline around it, and the whole thing has got an orange outline around it. If I want to, I think, at least I think, I can even go in here and I can change what this says. So if I wanted to just say the box model and I hit enter, so I put that in, hit enter, see how it changed to the box model. It didn't permanently change it. It's working with a copy right here. It didn't permanently change it. So if I refresh my screen, it goes back to, again, demonstrating the box model, just like we had. But you can come in here and you can do all sorts of stuff if you want to. If I go down further, notice it says in here, it's got a, let me move this up a little so hopefully you can see it. There we go. It's got a bunch of stuff in here. So it's got my body color, it's got margin, and sometimes these things will have a line through them. And usually what that means is, hey, what the line was through, that was the default, and somehow it was changed to something else. All right. But notice, for example, this has got a line height of 1.5. I'm going to change this from 1.5 to 2. Well, I think it'll let me. Thought it would at least. To 2.5. And I hit enter. Watch the text over here when I hit enter. Now you might say it didn't change. I guess I didn't make it a real big change, but I can come in here and change anything I want. What I want to show you is what's down here. All right. And what's down there, I'm going to try to make this bigger. And I realize it's going to be a little hard for you to see, but lo and behold, there's our box model. So it shows us that the text we have in here is 360 pixels wide and 90 pixels tall. And around that, it's got padding. And around that, it's got a border. And around that, it's got a margin. So now you can look at this and at least, hopefully, you've got some kind of an idea as to what it means. All right. So like I said, that might have sounded like, wow, you went off for a long time on that. Yes, I did. All right. But a lot of the stuff that I wanted to cover was in here because I really wanted to talk about padding and margin with you. And I wanted you to at least see border, and I wanted you to, to have an understanding of what content was. All right. So we got about 10 minutes before lunch. So let's just make a couple more changes. So I'm going to go back into my CSS file. All right. And let's pick on something here. I'm going to pick on the H3. All right. That's what's at the bottom of the screen. Okay. And I'm going to put in here font size. You've seen this before, but I'm going to start explaining what this means. After font size, you can put in something that's either what's known as an absolute amount, or you can put in what's known as a relative amount. What's the difference? An absolute amount, if you are using a website or creating a website that people are going to look at on a phone, never, ever use an absolute amount. Why? Because if I say, for example, that something is 66 pixels, okay, so I just did that. That's an absolute amount. Watch at the bottom of my screen now. Oh, let me close this stuff. Sorry about that. Now look on the bottom of my screen. See how big that is? That's pretty big. But even if I shrink this down, so like I'm trying to look at it in a phone or whatever, guess what? It still is really, really, really big. So absolute amounts do not change. That's always going to be 66 pixels. All right. And what's a pixel? It's a unit of measure. You can go out to W3 schools and look it up if you want. I want to give you the experience of doing some stuff rather than just bringing up a page and reading to you. All right. Now, so what are absolute sizes? Pixels, points. All right. Notice what we get up here. Centimeters, millimeters, points, pixels. Those four things are absolute units. On the other hand, I can also use things like this. Now, it may not look different, but it would be if I ran it. So if I say here, I'm going to change this to 60%. All right, so I changed it to 60%. Now it's back and it's small again. You say, well, it didn't even change. No, it actually did change because by default, it was 100%. All right. So it was that size, and now it's a little bit bigger. But what happens is, as I start to shrink this, I can set it up so that when it gets to be a certain size, so this is supposed to signify being like a phone, I can make this get smaller. That's what we're going to do on Thursday. All right. But what I wanted to get across to you right now is you should strive to never, ever, when you are creating a website, use absolute measurements. There's a couple times where you go, well, what about this? What about this? Yeah, there's always going to be some exceptions, but there aren't very many. What you want to use instead of this are what are called rems. There's rems and there's ems. I'm not even going to go over the difference between them because ems are real hard to understand. But I'm going to change this and I'm going to put in here, it's going to be real big, 6 rem. And I'm going to save it. And you'll see how big it is. There it is. All right. So somehow I must have changed. This one looks a lot bigger too up here, but I'm not worried about that one way or the other. All right. So why am I showing you this? Because the way that this works, and I'm going to put this into a comment right here so you see it. 1 rem is equal to 16 pixels. All right. So putting this in here, putting in here 6 rem is the same thing as though I said 96 pixels. It would have done exactly the same thing because again, if I take 96 and divide it by 16, I get 6. So that would be the number of rem I have. When you are sizing things, almost always, you'll want to use rem units. And rems, so what's the thing with a rem? Who cares? Rems are all based off of whatever you define your font size to be at the top of the screen. And you say, we didn't define it. If you don't define your font size, it automatically defaults to this. To 16 pixels. It automatically defaults to that. Now, why am I telling you that? Well, you saw how big this was here and here. But I'm going to go in and I'm going to change my default font size from 16 to 10 pixels. And now I'm going to make this 6 rem again like it was. All right. You saw how big this was. So kind of keep that in your mind, so to speak. But now I'm going to do a file save and I'm going to bring it up again and it's not as big. Why is that? Because what rems do is rems are based off of whatever you defined your default font size to be for your program. So by saying 6 rem and by saying 10 pixels up here, now 1 rem is not equal to 16 pixels. By putting 10 pixels up here, now 1 rem is equal to 10 pixels. And what that means is, instead of saying 6 times 16 like we did before, we say 6 times 10. All right. And you can use this on almost anything. Now, I mentioned before that there are exceptions to this. All right. Typically, if I want to set the size here, if I want to set a maximum width here, so I'm going to say here, max width, you're going to see how this looks different in a minute. This is one time most people use pixels. They don't go to the trouble of pulling out their calculator and saying, hey, what's 1200 divided by 16? And it comes out to 75. But you could here say, instead of 1200 pixels, you could say 75 rem. All right. But since this is 10, we wouldn't want it to be 75. We'd want it to be what? 120, because 10 times 12, all right, etc. But what I'm telling you is I'm gonna get rid of this font size in here. All right. And I am going to set the max width. What I'm telling you is most of the time you'll see it set like this, 1200 pixels. That's one time when you will use pixels. And it's considered okay to do so. What did that do? Well, it's hard to tell. In fact, let me cut it down even more than that. So I'm going to cut it down from 1200 pixels. Let's make it 960, which is another popular pixel size, not 9600. Not that, 960. And it might be that I want to put width in here, not max width. Just put in width. All right. Now when I look, all right, now it's a lot wider than it was before. You may or may not be able to tell that. All right. Because I've set the width to 960 pixels. So that's enough. That's the one of the few times. But in here, everywhere that I've actually, or anywhere like here that I've actually used pixels, I would probably change that, since 15 pixels is almost 16 pixels, and that's one rem. I would change it like that. And what you're going to notice by putting in a rem there instead of pixels, it doesn't really look much different. All right. So what I've tried to get across to you then this morning is a lot of different ways that we can come in and we can manipulate. And what we've been manipulating has all been text. We have not tried to do this at all. We have used no CSS so far, none on images. We're going to do that after lunch. And then I'm going to introduce you also to the world of responsive design. We're going to write a program together as a class. It's not real long. It'll probably take us a good half hour, maybe the last hour that we're here. We'll see. All right. But we're going to break for lunch in just a minute. The person who sent me all of their stuff, all right, I promise you I will look at it during lunch. All right. And I will do that. I may not be able to look at it like that, but within 5 minutes or so, I'm a little hungry. So I'm going to step into the kitchen and make myself a sandwich. But after that, I'm going to come back and I'm going to look at it. If you have any questions from something we've done this morning, you probably already know this, but if you do want to do this, some of you have been doing this. When you go to chat, if you set it to everyone in meeting, everybody can see exactly what your question is. If you don't want everyone to see, you can go here and just, I'm not in here because I'm me, but you can just choose me if you want. It might say Charles Corrigan, that's my boss, because I'm using his Zoom account. All right. But I will go and take a look at the chat window after I get back, and after I look at the one student who's still having problems with theirs. All right. So let's take our lunch. It's 11:50. We'll come back at 1 o'clock. We'll pick it up right then and there. I'll talk to you then. All right, I'm going to start up again. Hopefully everybody is back. And I've got a question. Can somebody tell me, can you see a form on the screen, black with white background that says all fields required? Can everybody see that?
Yes.
Okay. I just sent this to you, so I'm going to show you what I want you to do with it. But what I'm hoping is if we take about an hour, we're going to convert this into this, which in my humble opinion looks a lot nicer. And along the way, I'm going to be able to talk to you about forms. I'm going to be able to talk to you about a little bit of HTML and a little bit more on CSS. So what I'd like you to do then is the following. I'm hoping that right now you can see my desktop. My picture of my granddaughter is right here. So what I'm going to ask that you do is let's make a new folder here. You can call it whatever you want. I'm just going to call mine Contact. All right, so I made a new folder on the desktop that I called Contact. I'm going to double click on that folder to open it up. And inside of there, I'm going to make another folder that's called CSS. And for now, that's all I need to do. All right. Okay, so I just made a new folder on my desktop called Contact. And inside of that contact folder, I made another folder called CSS. So the next thing I'd like you to do is to go into your chat window. I sent it to everyone. It says, please add the attached contact form.html file to your project folder. We will go over this for most of the remainder of today. Thanks. So if you take your mouse and you put it over that file that's right there, you'll get an icon, a little thing up that says click to open. You want to click that. Well, that's not what I thought would happen, but it's what happened. So let's see. Okay. Can we right mouse click and do a view page source? Yes, we can. Okay. So we'll do it this way. As they say, you know, when you're given lemons, make lemonade. So click on this to bring it open, and it should look like this. Am I correct? Is this what people see on their screen? Okay, the file is supposed to be in the chat. I sent it out to everyone. It's called contact form.html. Somebody said they don't see the file. Is it supposed to be in the chat? The answer is yes. I'm going to put it out there again, just in case. All right, so I'm going to add it. So I'm going to click File, Your Computer, and there it is, contact form.html. So I just put it out there, so it should be there. All right. Yep. And I guess it looked like I didn't have everyone on there. So let me do it again with everyone. Everyone, there we go. So file, your computer, contact form. There it is. Now everyone should be able to get to this contact form.
do we
All right.
add the contact form within the CSS folder?
Pardon me?
I said, do we add the contact form?
No, not yet. No, I don't want you to.
Okay.
We're
just
going to
download
actually add it to our contact folder in just a
it.
minute.
Okay.
All
Just
right.
downloaded.
Has everybody clicked the button so you've got this showing right here? If you haven't, then click on the file name and where it says click to open, just click and it'll open it up like this. This isn't the way I wanted you to do it, but it'll work this way. So I'm hoping everyone's screen looks like this. Then I want you to right mouse click on an empty spot out here, choose view page source. This is the code I just sent you. All right. Now, what I want us to do is I want us to copy all of this code. So however you want to do this, the easiest way is to right mouse click on it. And well, I guess not. The easiest way is to do a Control A. That'll highlight all of it, and Control C to copy. So Control A to highlight all of it and a Control C to copy. All right. We're still not doing anything with it yet, but we've copied it to the clipboard. All right. If you were able to do all of that, then go back to your contact folder that you just made, the folder that you just made. All right. You just made this on the desktop. Right mouse click on that folder and choose open with code. All right. Now, what we want to do, we do not want to put that in this folder here. We want this to be put this way. All right. We want to click on new file right there. And we want to type in index.html, just like that. Hit enter. Then we've done this before, exclamation point, and hit tab. And that starts your file. Again, we've done this before. There's nothing new here. Now paste in what you just copied. So right mouse click and choose paste. And I can do it again if there's even one person who would like, I'll be happy to do that again.
Can you do that again?
And I will. Yes, I will. I'm going to start over from the very beginning. Not going to save. I'm going to just totally get rid of this. All right. So I ask people to go out to their desktop here. Right mouse click, choose new folder, and call it contact.
All right.
So now you've got a new contact folder in there. Then double click on the contact folder. That'll open it up. And again, right mouse click, choose new folder, and make a new folder that says CSS. So now,
Wait, can you hold on a second?
here,
All right.
okay. So now then what we have is we've got a folder named contact, and inside of that, we've got another folder named CSS. We're not going to do anything with the CSS folder for now, but then go back into the chat window.
Yes.
All right, from our chat window, oops, try that again. Okay, from our chat window, down at the bottom, we want to find the contact form.html file. It's right here,
Yes.
down near the bottom. If you put your mouse over it, it says click to open. So click on it, and then it should look like this.
You're not sharing your screen, but yes, I opened it.
Okay, I'll reshare it. That's okay. Thanks for letting me know. Now can you see it?
Yes.
Okay, is that where you are?
Yep.
Okay, then go into an empty spot on the form anywhere you want and right mouse click. And
All
one
right.
of the things that should come up near the bottom is view page source.
Yes.
Choose that. Oop, I chose the wrong button. Chose the wrong button. Sorry, let me try it again. So right mouse click, view page source. So it looks like this. Now I want you to
Yeah.
highlight. Is this what yours looks like?
Yes.
Okay. I want you to highlight everything. The easiest way is to hold down on the control key in the lower left-hand corner of your keyboard. So do a control A, and that'll highlight everything. Then a control C, that'll copy it to your clipboard.
Okay.
Okay. Then we're going back in on where we just made that contact folder, and I want you to right mouse click on that contact folder and choose open with code, about the fourth or fifth one down.
All right.
All right. And then we're right here. And I want you to go and where it says contact, go over to the right and find the first icon that says new file. Click on that.
Okay.
Click on that and make index.html. And then hit enter. Okay.
All right.
All right. Now, remember how we started our files. Hold down on the shift key and type in the exclamation point like that. And then once you have that, hit the tab key. And then it should look just like this.
Wait, press what?
The exclamation point and then the tab key, which is
All right.
right underneath your number one. So hit tab
All
and
right.
you get this. Are you there?
Yes.
Okay. Then your mouse should be right here under your body part here. Just right mouse click and choose paste. So we put that right under the beginning of the body.
Your screen share is kind of frozen.
All right, and I'll reset it.
All right, there we go.
Okay, so I've just put it in here. Okay,
And under the body.
right between the two body tags. So right under the beginning body tag, but before the ending body tag.
All right.
And that's what we've done. So if I save this now and I open this up in live server, that's what it looks like. The same thing that you saw when you open it up on your screen before.
All right.
All right. So again, the plan is to try to take what we've got and turn it into this, what's on the screen right now, which looks, in my opinion at least, a lot nicer. All right. So let's first take a few minutes and go over what's in this file. So if you would all please bring yours up, you can look at mine, but you've got it on your screen. I'm only going to talk about new stuff here. Everybody hear me? I'm not going to go over any of this stuff because we've done this 2 or 3 times. But I am going to change my title from document to contact form because that's what this is. So that's first thing. Now, I'm putting a paragraph in here that says all fields required.
I don't know what happens, but every time you screen share and then you switch to a different
Yeah, it's freezing again.
a different thing, then it just keeps screen sharing the previous thing.
Okay.
It doesn't switch over to what you shared.
All right. Is it there now?
Yeah, now it's here.
Okay. And I'll try to make sure if I change screens that I immediately update the screen share. Okay. What we are going to do in a couple minutes is we're going to go in and add our own styles.css file. And one of the first things we're going to do is we're going to make this paragraph here, we're going to make it bold and we're going to make it red. So that if somebody looks at it, they know all fields are bolded. Okay. Then if you look on the screen here, this line on line 12 says div ID, contact form div. It starts there on line 12. And looky, it goes all the way down to the very bottom at line 222. So we've got basically a div that's 200 lines long. We're putting our entire form inside of that div. This is what I want you to understand. And if you might say, well, why are you doing that? Because it's going to make it much easier. It's going to make it much easier when we end up formatting this to have it being inside of the div like that. All right. So taking it from the top then. We're making a form. We're going to be putting CSS in for that form. So I gave it a class of form. The method is get. Don't worry about the method. The action, it isn't doing anything. So either I can leave it blank or I could have done this. They mean the same thing. They mean don't go anywhere. And since it's a contact form, I gave the name and the ID both contact form. Now, I didn't mention this to you before. I'm just going to say it now. And if you don't get it, please don't worry about it. But when you write code for a website, you can write code for either what's called the client side, which means the user, or you can write it for the server side, which means kind of where it's going to. You use the name property for server side stuff and the ID for client side stuff. And again, if you don't have to remember that, the point is, if all you're going to be doing is developing websites, that's it. You don't need a name field, but you do need an ID field. And almost always, there are exceptions, and you'll probably see one in this form, but almost always your name and your ID are the exact same name. They don't have to be, but by convention, they almost always are. All right, then we've got this. And you should already all know this. This is creating a label that says first name. And then right to the right of that, it's creating a text box that, this is a label for the first name. And it says first name on. This is the actual thing that so this where it says for first name, that is referencing this. So we are creating a text box named first name. It's got a class of context text box, and it's got this. Don't worry about this because This is if we wanted to put some JavaScript in there. Since we haven't talked about it yet, I'm not going to go into that right now. All right. Then we've got another thing where we've got another label, and that label is for our last name. So that label that says last name right here is for this field right here. Again, notice class equal contact text box, class equal contact text box, class equal contact span, class equal. I'm reusing stuff, and I'm able to reuse it because I am using classes. All right. In the same kind of way, class equal contact label, class equal contact label. So that's the first two fields. Then I've got another text box that's called address. Again, notice the class is contact label. The for, that means this field right here, I'm naming it down here. It's called address. And again, class equal contact text box, class equal contact span. Then we do it again for city. Same exact kind of thing. So again, city is the label. It's referencing city right here. Again, the label has got a class of contact label. All right. And the text box has got a class of contact text box. Then we go to the state. Now this is harder. This is one reason I wanted to copy this code for you and not have you type it in. Because as you know, or you should know, I think, okay, as you should know, there are 50 states. So this is something new that we haven't seen before. This is called a select or an option box or a drop-down box. So what this is going to have in it when we first run the program is select your state, and it'll have a down arrow. And once you click the down arrow, all these things are going to show up where you can pick any one you want. Now, sometimes you'll see this like I've got it here that says select your state. Sometimes this line is left off. The problem with leaving that line off is if you forget to fill in a state, your state becomes Alabama because it's the first one listed. So let's say you didn't want that. You could come down, for example, to Missouri, and we could put here checked. Then that field would automatically come up if we wanted to do that. I didn't do it that way. I did it where I told you to select your state. All right. Now you'll notice too that it says value equal, and then it's got this. Well, there's a pretty good chance that when you fill out this information for the form, it's going to go and be saved someplace. When you save this information, it's going to go in one of two places. It's going to go into a file someplace. What do I mean by a file? Well, this is an HTML file we got right here. Or it's going to go into a database. And there's, I mean, again, I could give you a whole week-long class on databases. But basically, it's a thing that saves someplace that holds information. The reason I'm telling you that is if I have my choice between saving Alabama or Al, I'll take Al. So where it says value right there, if I choose, for example, if I choose Missouri, if I choose that option, it's going to save Mo. All right, it just means that every single state now, regardless of how big it is, will be saved as a two-letter state abbreviation. Okay, and I don't want to lose right now because you said I'm having problems with my screen share, but this code that you see, every bit of this here, which is, I don't know how many lines, about 50 lines. I didn't type in any of that. I Googled, HTML select list of United States, and I grabbed the code that came and put it in there. All right. Okay, so there's my state. So then I get down to here, and it looks a lot like it did before, but it's for the zip code. And notice I put a placeholder in here telling you that you should save it as either NNNNN or you should save it as n dash n. So in other words, 5 numbers or 5 numbers, a hyphen, and 4 numbers. All right. Then we've got the telephone. And we're asking you, it's putting in there that you should put in 3 digits, a hyphen, 3 digits, a hyphen, and 4 digits. All right. Hopefully, at least once you see it and everything, that'll just make sense. Now, this stuff is new. Now we've got gender. Now, all I put in here, I grabbed this from something I did last year. And I know we're supposed to be politically correct today. And I'm supposed to say male, female, or other. Sorry, I didn't put it in. It wouldn't take much to add that if we wanted to. All right. But a radio button is based off of back when I was your age, in cars, we didn't have CD players or anything like that. We didn't have Sirius radio. We had AM radio, and that was it. And you had in your car, you had 5 buttons. And when I say buttons, there were little things you pushed in on the radio that you would tune a station to. The reason I'm telling you that is that's where these radio buttons got their name from. Because with radio buttons, you can only choose one. Once you choose one will always be chosen, but you can only choose one. And you'll notice here, the name is gender here, and the name is gender there. What's different is the value. Here the value is female, here the value is male. All right. So when you work with radio buttons, they're called things that are mutually exclusive. In other words, only one can be true at a time. That's what's important about that. Okay. Then as I go down here, I've got an age, and I used another radio button. This has got a range. Are you between 5 and 25? If you are, you click that. Are you between 26 and 50? If you are, you'll click that one. Are you between 70 or 51 and 100? Then you click that one. Are you between 76 and 100? If you are, you click that one. This is supposed to be a sign-up form, simple sign-up form for a gym. And I'm supposing that anyone less than 5 won't be going into the gym. Anyone over 100 won't be going into the gym. Now, maybe that's not true, but that's what I'm expecting. All right. And you'll notice, I already see that I've got some mistakes in here. It'll work. But you see where this says B? Everybody, can you all see that on the screen right here? Where my mouse is going and there's a B?
Yes.
I heard one yes. That should actually say strong instead of B. That should say strong, and so should this. I'm going to leave it alone because it works. All right. Then next, we've got check boxes. The difference between, I'm telling you this, the difference between a radio button and a checkbox is with a radio button, you have 2 or more selections and only one can be true. With a checkbox, you typically have 2 or more selections. Let's say I've got 3. So here I've got get healthy and I've got lose weight. I think those are the only ones I've got in here. So you can decide you're going to join this gym to get healthy, or you can do it to lose weight, or both. So with a checkbox, you check either none of them, any one, any 2, all of them, etc. So that's the difference. All right. Then at the end here, here's our buttons. So we're going to have a submit button and we're going to have a reset button. Now, I went through that, believe it or not, fairly quickly. So my question to you is there anything that I just mentioned here? All right. Is there anything that I just mentioned here that doesn't make sense? And for the person who asked, nope, when I was your age, we didn't have FM radio. Yep, that's how old a fart I am. All right. At least I don't think we did. I know that when I was growing up, when I was in my teens, I started really listening heavy into FM radio. All right. We also had the old phonographs, record players that are coming back today. I had one of those too. All right. So I'm going to go in and go to live server. And just in case we miss this, I'm going to go change my screen share. So it's back onto here. Can you now see where it says all fields required, etc.? Can everybody see that? Can somebody say yes if you can see this?
Yes.
Okay. So I can come in here right now if I want, type in my first name, type in my last name, type in my address. I'll put Rankin's in. Type in the city. Now I can go to state and I can actually come in here and I can type in MO and it'll find it pretty fast. All right. Zip code. There's no code checking this right now. So I am going to put it in correctly, but I could put anything in there. Same thing with the phone. All right. My gender and my age and both. So there I'd filled everything out. What I want you to see, can you see where my mouse is up here, where it's getting blue and then not blue? Can you all see this? Yeah. Okay. I'm going to click submit. Watch what happens up here. It took all that information and it put it into what's called a query string. It grabbed every piece of information. It said there's a first name of Jeff and a last name of Scott and an address of 751 Parr Road and a city of Wentzville and a state of Missouri and a zip of 63385, etc. And then it cleared everything that was in here out. All right. Now, the reason I'm telling you that is we're going to look a little bit at that stuff tomorrow. But what I'd like us to do is to start putting in some CSS. Okay, so I'm going to switch back, and if I lose my screen share, I'll get it back again. But I'm going to go back into here, and let me do a new share. Can you now see my window for Visual Studio Code? Yep. Okay, so I'm going to come back up here. Now I want a file in my CSS. So I'm going to click here on CSS. So it puts it in there. And I'm again going to click on this first icon, which is my new file icon. And I'm going to call it styles.css. There is nothing special about the name styles.css, but many web developers call theirs either style.css or they call it styles.css. But you could have called it anything you wanted to. All right. And we're going to come in and we're going to start adding CSS into this file. But we're going to do one thing before we do that. I'm going to switch back to my index file because I forgot to put my link tag in. So right at the bottom of your head section, right before your ending head tag, put your mouse there, type in the word link, and hit your tab key. We want the rel equals style sheet, and for our href, we want to say CSS/, and there's our styles file. Now, if you didn't call your styles for whatever reason, make sure you use the name that you use to call it. All right. Now, I'm going to show you what I usually do when I'm starting to write a style sheet. Some people write a little bit of HTML, then write a little bit of CSS, then write a little bit more of HTML, etc. Some people do what we just did. They write all their HTML, then they come back and write their CSS. That's what we're doing. All right. So I'm going to do two things. First, I'm going to do a file save. Then I'm going to open up my styles.css file right here. Just to make sure these things are hooked up and working, I'm going to type in, whoops, I'm going to type in here, body, and I'm just going to put in here, I don't know, background red. My background should be red. Now, when I switch back, you may or may not be able to see this, so let me do a new share.
I can see it.
My background's red. So I know right now I can tell that my style sheet is communicating with my HTML program. And that's a good start. That's what I wanted. Okay. So I'm going to jump back again.
Can you please redo the part where you connected your
Yes, I
styles
can.
CSS?
Yes, I can.
All right, thank you.
All right. First, in my index.html file, I put in this line right here, right there. So I put that right before my ending head tag. You got that one?
All right, wait. Oh wait, I have to type it. Wait, hold on. All right.
All right. Then we went back into our index.html file. I'm sorry, our styles.css file. And just to make sure they were linked up, I typed in body. Oh boy. I typed in here, starting on line 1, body. And in my curly brace, hit enter. And I just put background red.
Okay.
And then I switched over just to make sure it was still there. Okay. All right. Now, the first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to switch back to here, and I'll keep doing my share just to make sure it's there. But I don't want this to be red, but I did make it kind of a beige. And in fact, I think I'll use, looking at these colors, I think I'll use blanched almond. All right. So I'm going to type in BLA, and notice that's the only one that's left except for black. So I BLAN tab. So I've made my background color blanched almond. I'm going to save, and let's see what it looks like now. So you can see it looks a little bit different as far as the way it's colored. All right. Now I'm going to switch back.
I still can't get my background to become red.
Well, one thing about this, all right, and I was looking this morning because a couple of you were having problems and you were sending me stuff. Again, this stuff is case sensitive. In other words, if you come in here, if you come into your file, your, where are we here? Why is it showing me this? Oh, somehow I lost my, okay, let me get rid of this. What I had open, it somehow closed and it opened up. There we go. All right. This has to be exactly like this. If you make the S in style sheet uppercase like this, it won't work. If you put a wrong name in here, it won't work. If I left the S off here, it won't work. So it's got to look exactly like this. And that's supposing that's what you called your file and you put it in your CSS folder. All right. Then in your CSS, if you put it in like this, I don't know why it wouldn't work. Now I changed it from red to blanched almond, so it was a little nicer color to look at. But like I said, we're not in a hurry for this. So if for some reason as we go through this, if any of you still have problems at the break, email me what you've got and I'll take a look at it and try to help you fix it. All right. The next thing that we have in here, so we've now started to work on this. Okay. And you saw what it looked like, what it looks like, where this says all fields required. I want that to be red, and I want that to be bold, and I want it right in the middle of the screen. Red, bold, and right in the middle of the screen. And what is that? Well, it's got a name. It's called Contact Para, and it's a class. So I go over to my styles file, and I put in a dot because it's a class, and it's called Contact Para. And it just means contact paragraph. And what do I want? Well, I want the font color to be red. All right. I want the font weight to be bold. And I want my text alignment to be in the center. Now, you're probably all copying that down, which is fine. Let me check it, make sure it worked. And it did. What I like a lot about CSS is you get what I always call immediate feedback. You make a change, you take a look at your change. If it worked, you can immediately tell that it worked. That's kind of nice. So if you save this and then you go back in and you take a look, I don't know if you can see, I did a change, but I'll do a new share. But I went to here, and that's what we just did. All fields required. It's now red. It's now bold. It's now in the center. I'm asking the question, does that make sense to everyone?
Yes.
Okay, because that's all we've done so far. We're going to go about 10 more minutes, then we're going to take our next break. All right?
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to jump back into the CSS. And again, I like doing this where I do a little CSS, then I go back and look at it to make sure it's working. Then I do a little more CSS, etc. And that's the way I'm going to keep doing this. All right, so I've done my contact paragraph. So I've done through here. Now I've got this ID that's called contact form div, and it's inside of a div. So would you agree, looking at this, I'm asking you this question. I'll give you a hint. The answer is yes. Would you agree that this is a div? Would you agree that its name or its ID is contact form div? Would everybody agree with that? Yes, we do. Okay. So we're going to go on. And I'm going to grab this thing that says contact form div. Remember that when I put in a contact, something with an ID, it starts with a hashtag. It starts with a hashtag. So there's contact form div. Also, you don't have to do this, but it's inside of a div. So I can actually do this. And that means that I have something that is called contact form div. It's an ID and it's inside of a div. I'm going to say that again. With what I just put on the screen here, it's got the squiggly underlines there because we haven't put anything in there yet. All right. And what this means is, hey, I've got a div, and that div inside of it has an ID, and that ID is called contact form div. You already saw this because I showed it to you before, that is the 200 lines of code or so where we're putting the entire form in. So this is stuff that we want to pertain to the entire form. There's only 2 lines we want to put in here. Display, block, and text align center. Just those 2 lines. I'll give you a second to put those in. And when you're done, do a file save. Now, I'll come right back to this, but if I go back to my, and look again, look at the difference. It's now all centered. It's not perfect. There's still work to do, but in just putting in a couple things like we did, it looks a whole heck of a lot better than it did just a couple minutes ago. Questions on anything I've gone over so far? Anything?
Yeah, so at the break, should I just like send you my code because my index HTML and my CSS won't connect with each other?
That's fine. You can do that then. All right, so I'm going to continue on. We actually don't have that much more to do in here. All right, we won't finish it before the break, but we'll finish it after the break. Now, you may or may not remember, now we're in the form, and we gave the form a class called form right there. All right, so what we're going to do in our CSS is we're going to say dot form. That means class of form. And we're going to put something in here, and I'll explain it after the break. But we're going to say display inline block margin 0 auto and text align left. Now, I'm going to give you a second to type that in, but before you do, when you're done, it's going to look almost like, wait a minute, it looked better before. Yeah, we're going to keep working on it, so don't let it worry you. All right, so let me change my share back. All right, so please put in these 3 or 4 or whatever it is lines. And make sure you save. Now, it is earlier than we normally take our break. We normally take it at 10:02, it's 1:45. But the person who was having problems, I want you to be able to catch up. So if you have not done so, please email me if you can. Email me your HTML file and your CSS file. And for the rest of you, we'll meet back up again in 15 minutes at 2 o'clock, and we'll finish this up. So we'll see you back here in 15 minutes. All right, let me do another screen share here just to be sure. I'm asking the question, can everybody here see my styles.css file?
Yes, I can see it.
Okay, so we left off right here. We only have about, I don't know, not many lines to go. How's that? All right, really probably about 10 or 15 lines to go. Now, the first thing I want to do is I want to make sure that all of the labels that I set up look the way I want them to look. And if you remember, all those labels have a class on them of contact label. Okay, so that's the first thing I want to do is I want to come in here and say dot contact. Come on, try it again. Dot contact label. And I want to set up my label so that it looks the way I want it to look. And I'm going to say this, display, we'll go over all this at the end. Display inline block text align right with, I'm going to use, well, I'll tell you what, we'll use, I don't know if this will be big enough because I want to use rem, 6 rem, margin right, 1 rem, font weight bold. Now I'm going to give you time to put this in, but let me change my share and let me look at it, make sure it looks the way I think it's supposed to be looking. All right, because I don't think it is, but I don't know if I saved either. So let me just go back and save. File, save. That is not looking the way I want it to look. They are all lined up. Maybe that will be okay. We'll see in a minute. Because next we got to do these text boxes and this other stuff that's here. All right. So you can put that in, please. Put in those 5 or 6 or whatever it is lines. So I'm hoping everybody had a chance to put all that in. All right. Whoops. Hold on a sec. Somehow lost my screen. There we go. Now I'm going to put this in. Let me again save it. And let me again go over to here. Something is goofed up on this and I don't know what it is. It's almost there, but these are not lined up like they should be. So let's look. Contact text button, contact label, contact text box. Is that what I call them? Contact text box, contact label. I don't know why that wouldn't be working. Well, it's not perfect, but I will get it fixed for tomorrow morning. This is the rest of what I want you to put in. And I'll give you a couple minutes and then we're going to go over it from the top. All right, if you put everything in and you save, like I said, there's a couple glitches in here. I'll fix them. I'm not worried about it. All I want is I want all of these to line up, and they're not right now, but they will by tomorrow morning. All right. So this is what we have, and I want to go over the CSS. So I'm going to switch my share back and take this from the top. It's not that big. It's only about 40 lines. This, hopefully everybody understands, just said change the color of our background to blanched almond. All right. It's kind of like a little off-white, whatever you want to call it. This said for our contact paragraph, this was what was at the top that said all fields required. We made the text color red, we made it bold, and we centered it. Okay. Then this was the div itself. All right. Our contact form div. And we've got display block, text align center. Now, I'm going to explain this to you, and it's probably not going to make a lot of sense. But we've talked about things that are block, and we talked about things that are inline. All right. I made this block. So sometimes when things are inline, you cannot add CSS to them. You have to convert them from inline to block manually so you can add CSS. And that's what I did here. This said, I want all my text to be aligned in the center. That probably makes sense. Then here, this was for the form class itself. So there's block, there's inline, and there's inline block, which combines them both. All right. This said try to center it on the screen, margin 0 auto. This said take the form text and left justify it. This said for all of our labels, again, display our labels as inline block, but right align the text, have the width. I mean, I originally had 100 pixels here, which would have been 96 rem. I don't think putting 100 pixels there is going to change a darn thing. And it didn't. All right. I wanted a little bit of right margin on there just to push it over a little. And I wanted my labels to be bold. And when I look on here, the labels aren't bold either. All right. My contact labels are not bold. So something is goofed up in here that is making this not work. Now, normally when that happens, it's something that's really simple, which is why I look right past it instead of looking at it. All right. But I'm going to look in here. Everything that I can see in here looks okay. But like I said, this is not working, which usually means I've got an error up here someplace. But I looked, that looks okay. Looks okay. Looks okay. That looks okay. And that looks okay. So I'm not sure. It appears as though there's a problem. I'm just not sure right now where the problem is. So I'll try to track it down after we get done today and see if I can fix it, because I want it fixed. Then we've got our text boxes. Again, they should be centered, the text in there, and they should be bolded. All right, then we've got our contact button, which should be centered. And we've got this thing. Again, I could go off on this for hours. Flex parent basically says, I want a little bit more control over how I lay this out on the screen. I'll just leave it at that. Now, I had a couple more lines in here, but I don't think they're going to change anything, but I'm going to put them in just in case. So let me check here. Okay, we'll see if this does anything. Oops, I skipped one here, but it doesn't really matter. All right. 5 more lines and I'm finished. All right, so that was the rest of the code that I had. Let's see if that changed anything. No, this stuff should be lined up, and for whatever reason, it's not. Now, just so you see this, when I put in stuff in here, the reset button should work just fine. And it does. All right, so that's working, but something is goofed up in my CSS. So again, when we get done today, let me go back to the CSS. When we get done today, I'm going to take a few minutes and go back and look at my CSS from the original that I had, because it's pretty obvious something is missing. I don't know what it is though. But this is everything that I typed in at the bottom. So I'll leave that there for a minute. There is an extra ending curly brace right there. All right. But I just want you to be able to see everything that's there. So it's 2:16. I'll give you 4 minutes to copy this in, and we'll start up again at 2:20. Let me lift that up just a little bit. There you go. Now, again, what we just did in, I don't know, a half an hour or so, was I gave you the form, but we added all of the CSS. And hopefully, at least, or my hope is, at least most of it made sense. Now, if you say some of it didn't, that's to be expected. We're not talking about, oh, I put this in twice too, didn't I? You don't need that in there 2 times. We don't need to know what this flex and stuff is about. It, again, it just automates a bunch of stuff for us. That's all. All right. But again, it doesn't look terrible, but these should be lined up. If these were lined up, I'd be happy. They're not, so I'm not. But I'll figure out what it is, and I'll try to let you know tomorrow morning. All right. My question here is, Can you all see my screen now? Because some of you had said that my screen was freezing. Can you all see it?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. There's one more thing I want to do then today. We've got about a half an hour left. If you go out to the chat, please. If you go out to the chat, I put a file out there right before the break called mediaqueries.html. So you might have to go up a little bit to see it. If you cannot see it, let me know and I will put it out there again. In fact, let me just do that. I'll put it out there again right now. There it is. It says mediaqueries.html. If you see that file, first of all, is there anybody who can't see the file? Anybody? All right, let's make some room for it by let's do this. Come over to here. So come back over to your CSS for a second and your HTML files. And we want to make a new file. We don't want it in our CSS folder. We want a new file that's right here. So if your arrow is pointing down here, click where it says CSS so it points the other way. Then literally just click on where it says index.html. Just click there. Now click right here to choose new file. And we're going to type in, we're just going to call this mediaqueries.html. It's kind of long. I'll leave it up there for a second so you can put it in there. And between now and a half an hour from now, we're going to talk media queries. Tomorrow when you get in here, we're going to kind of do it like today in that I'm going to spend the first half an hour going over on W3 schools, going over the CSS tutorial. And if I missed anything, trying to fill in the gaps. Then we're going to start on JavaScript and you're going to learn as much as you can in a day or so how to program. All right. So hopefully you made this thing called mediaqueries.html and you hit enter. And there it is. Now, what I want us to do is I want us to take that file that I just put out there on chat. All right. And okay, somebody just wrote in and says yours doesn't look like mine, the boxes, etc. Then just send me what you have. All right. And I'll take a look at it when we get done today. All right. So I'm going to grab this file again, like we did before, and I'm going to click to open it. Now it looks funky. Mine's black here and it says widescreen. What does that mean? You'll understand it in a minute. Just like we did before, right mouse click and choose view page source. The whole file is in here. It's about 110 lines. All of it's in here. Do a Control A, Control C to copy it. Then go back to the file we just created called mediaqueries.html and paste it in. Now, I'm going to take for granted that with at least one of you, I did that too fast. So I'm going to go through the whole thing, everything, all over again. So I'm going to remove this file that I just made. I asked you to come in here, and if your arrow here is pointing down, we don't want it pointing down because if you create a new file, it's going to make it under CSS. We don't want it there. So if your arrow is pointing down, click on the arrow so it's pointing to the right. Then just click where it says index.html. That'll make sure you're putting the file in the right area. Then your first icon here is your new file icon. Click on that. And we call this media, M-E-D-I-A, queries, Queries.html. Just like that. Media queries.html. If you put all that in and it worked, just hit enter and you get a spanking new file. That's what we want. Then in your chat window, I want us to grab that file that's called media queries. Don't worry that it's not named exactly the same. That doesn't matter. But if you put your mouse over the file, it says click to open. So click it and you'll get a black screen. Yours might even be another color. If it is, don't worry about it. But in here, I'm going to right mouse click and I'm going to choose view page source. And that's the file that we're going to start talking about right now. I want to grab that whole file and I want to put it into the one I just created in my editor. So to do that, I got two ways I can do it. I can highlight all of it by just dragging down with a mouse like that. That's the hard way. Or I can hold down on my control key, which is in the bottom left-hand corner of my keyboard, do a control A, and that highlights everything. Then a control C, which copies it to the clipboard. Then I want to go back into my editor here and go to right here. So I'm back in my media queries file, right mouse click and choose paste. And now it's in there. All right. Now I'm going to run this. I'm going to save it and run it. And it may or may not make sense. So we will be going over it for the next 25 minutes. I'm going to right mouse click and choose open with live server. And you see mine came up orange and it says tablet landscape. Yours may say something different. It's totally okay. Notice what happens when I start changing my screen size.
Your screen share is frozen for me.
All right. Is it back? Is it orange now?
Yeah.
All right. But what should start happening when I do this, and it doesn't look like it is, that's not great news, but we're going to fix it. All right. Is we're going to go through this file right now and we're going to work on it until we fixed it and have it working, because it's going to allow me to tell you about what media queries are and how they're used. All right. Now you might say, what the heck is a media query? We never talked about those. I get it. Okay. If you remember this, if we bring up, it doesn't matter. If we bring up a file, doesn't matter if it's this one or another one. If we bring this file up like this, so we have something showing on the screen like we have right now, and we right mouse click on it, we can choose the word inspect down at the bottom. We did this before. All right. And what I want to show you about this is way up at the top here. I'm near the top middle. There's two icons, one that's got an arrow and one that looks kind of like a box within a box. If you have to, click the one that looks like a box within a box. If yours looks like this, then click it and it should look like this. All right. Then what I can do over here, if you look up on the screen, is I can click and I can make it look like an iPad, or I can make it look like an iPhone, or I can make it look like an iPad Pro, etc. So what I'm doing, this is what's called an emulator. It's making my screen think that it can be different sizes. It's not physically changing it, but as far as the screen's concerned, it's changing the size of it. So what responsive web design is, it means that I can look at a website on my phone and it looks nice. I can go and grab it and then look at it on my tablet and it still looks nice. I can go look at it again on my laptop and it still looks nice. I can bring it up again on a desktop with a real big screen and it still looks nice. So what responsive web design means is, regardless of what I'm using to take a look at this, it's going to look nice all the time. Now, I'm hoping that made at least a little bit of sense. And if it didn't, we're going to keep talking about it for the rest of the period. So I'm going to do a screen switch here. and I'm going to switch back to my file. So I've got my mediaqueries.html file up, and you should too on yours. You can watch my screen or you can watch your own screen. It really and truly does not matter. Now, I'm taking for granted that everything in these first 8 lines now makes sense to you, because we've gone over them many times. All right. So I want to pick it up starting on line 9. I've got all of the CSS is in this file, so I don't have to change back and forth between files. Everybody hear what I said? This isn't the best way to do this. This really should be in another file. But I didn't want to have to keep switching back and forth between different files. So I did it like this. All right. And what this says is the font that we're going to be using in here is Arial. If for some reason you don't have Arial, and really every computer does, but if it doesn't, use Helvetica, which is another kind of font. If you don't have that, just use a sans serif file. The background should be gray. My font color should be white. This should be centered, and it should have some padding at the top. If I don't put that top padding there, then when I run this, where it says widescreen or whatever, it's going to be pushed way up to the top. This just pushes it down a little bit. That's all. All right. This is new. What that means is when my program starts to run, don't show any of my H1s. And what are my H1s? Down on the very bottom of the screen, those are my H1s. This is the whole body of the program right here. Everything before this is CSS. That's the whole body. But what I want to make sure is when the program starts running, none of these show. I don't want any of them to show. So the way I keep them from showing is I say display none. Don't display any of them. All right. Now, notice next it says smartphones. You may or may not have noticed, but when I ran this, let me change again. When I came over to here and I chose a smartphone, I'm going to choose a bunch of them here. The Moto G4, that's 360 wide. The Galaxy, 360 wide. The Pixel 2, 411 wide. The Pixel 2 XL, 411 wide. The iPhone 5e, that's real small, 320. No one has an iPhone 5 typically anymore, but the iPhone 6, 7, 8, 375. The iPhone 6, 7, 8 Plus, 414. The iPhone 10, 375. And the rest of them I'm not going to worry about. The point is this: all of them were less than 568 for this number here. Why does that matter? It matters because what I'm saying is if your screen size is between 0 and 500, I want my background to be red. But only if my screen size is between 0 pixels and 500 pixels. And if it is, I want this to show. That's the red one that's going to say on it, smartphone. But if my screen size is not that size, if it's between 501 pixels and 768 pixels, that's a typical tablet size. So I want the background to be blue and not red like it was previously. And I don't want it to show that it says smartphone. I want it to show that it says tablet. Next, if it's bigger than that, so if it's a minimum of 769 pixels, but it's less than or equal to 1200 pixels, that's a typical size for a laptop. So I want the background color to be green, and I want it to basically be able to display normal. We could have said laptop too, but I just said normal. Then with this is a widescreen. So if somebody has, for example, I've got a guy who used to be one of my students, he had some problems with his eyes. So he literally took his computer monitor and hooked it up to a movie projector screen that was really big, because it made it a lot easier for him to read the text. So his size was a lot bigger than 1201 pixels. And if it is greater than 1201 pixels, make the background black and display widescreen. And that works just fine. And again, I'm going to show it to you one more time, but I want to show you one more thing about this. So what I want to show you is I'm going to change my share and go back to here. So notice that's a smartphone right there. Every one of these that's a phone, every one is going to come up and say smartphone. That's exactly what it should do. So it's working exactly the way it's supposed to work. And there's the iPhone 10. All right. An iPad is a tablet. So if I go to iPad, it now says tablet, and it changes. So it's blue now instead of red. The iPad Pro is almost the size of a regular PC. So that says normal. So all of those are working. I can tell by emulating it here. So what's left? I don't even know what Surface Duo is. It looks like another tablet. Or Galaxy, this one. It must be another smartphone. But this thing that's right here that I'm using, it's called an emulator. It's not really changing the size of anything, but it's trying to show what my particular program would look like if I ran it on these devices. So what I'm saying is, if the size of the device is 500 pixels or less in width, I want you to say smartphone, not in height, but in width. I want you to say smartphone. But if it happens to be more than that, like the iPad, notice that's 768. Then I want you to say tablet. If it's 768, but it's less than or equal to 1200. All right. If it's more than that, like the iPad Pro, I guess it's 1000, whatever we put in there. Now it's normal. So what I'm trying to show you is when you run this, and I'm going to run this again. So give me a second here. I'm going to end up changing my my screen share in just a second. Come on, where are you? There it is. All right. So can you all see the black screen right now that says widescreen?
Yeah.
All right, watch what happens when I start making it smaller. Now it's normal size. Now it's tablet size. Now it's smartphone size. Now what I showed you on the emulator was what I just showed you right here. So what you ideally like to do when you set up a website is you like to set it up so that it looks good on any device. Well, who cares? I'm going to show you right now why you should care. All right. And that is, I'm going to have to change my screen share. So give me just a second here. Oh, and I've also set it up for when you're in landscape view. We don't have to even go over that. All right. Now, I'm redoing my share. Do you now see the one that we worked on before? This is the one that works. See how nicely it's lined up? Can you all see that where it says all fields required? Yes, no? Okay, but I'm going to come in here now and notice when I make it smaller. You see how it's not responsive? You see how I have to move it over? Everybody see what I'm talking about? That doesn't look good. This looks terrible right here. But when I reach a certain width, it starts looking better and better and better. Like right there, it looks pretty good. From right there on, it looks okay. All right, from I guess about right there. But once I make it smaller and smaller and smaller, it doesn't. And you'd see the same kind of thing if I right mouse click on this and choose inspect, just like we did before, and I come in here and I look at this on a phone. All right, you say, well, that doesn't look too bad. It's not even going to look that good, but this is already pushed over. All right, and on some phones, it might look, see how goofy that looks? It might look better on some phones than other phones. When I get to the iPad Pro, now it's not bad. When I get to the iPad, that's not bad either. But what I'm telling you is what we made here, we did not really make a responsive page here. So come Thursday, we're going to talk responsive. So before that, I want to talk to you about what we're going to do tomorrow, because we got about 10 minutes left and then we're going to call it a period. All right. So one of the things that I did today, and let me change my share to make sure it's right here. You should be able to right now see, this was that HTML tutorial that we looked at. So under tutorials, that was this. All right. And I went over what I thought was the most important stuff in here today. All right. Under CSS, I'm just going to right now see if I can give you a quick down and dirty little thing in here. So by now you should be able to look at this and it should make at least some sense to you. All right. But we talked about the syntax, how you write CSS, how that's a selector. All right. That's a declaration with a property and a value. You can put them all on one line. No one does that. It just looks really ugly, but you can do it. Then we talked about the regular selectors, a P selector. Then we talked about IDs and how they start with a pound sign. Then we talked about classes and how they start with a period. And you know now the difference between an ID. There should only be one of those with that name on each page, and a class where you could have multiple of them if you want to on each page. All right. You saw how to write comments inside of a CSS file. Not only that, you learned the 3 different ways of doing CSS. In other words, you learned that inline CSS, which I said was the worst way of doing it. When you mix your CSS right inside of, you mix your CSS right inside of your HTML. Then we made it a little better by putting style tags in our head section and putting the CSS in there. That was better. And that's internal CSS. Then we did external CSS, which is the best because we put it in its own file. So we separated our CSS from our HTML, which is considered to be a good practice. Then we talked about colors. And you learned that there are about 140 color names. Not only that, you learned about the color values and you learned how to use them using red, green, blue, where you put in 3 numbers, each number between 0 and 255. You learned about the hex code, which again are 2 numbers, 2 numbers, 2 numbers. And each of these 2 numbers must be between 0 and FF, which is 255 and base 16. Then we talked a little bit about HSL, hue, saturation, and light. All right, and the hue is the color, the saturation and the light are percentages for how you want the color to show. Then we also talked about RGBA and HSLA, where the A stands for alpha. And actually it means something that's referred to as opacity. And it's how transparent do you want something to be or not be. So we looked at examples of that. All right. Then we talked about, we didn't really get into backgrounds. All right. But you can set, we did talk about background color, but instead of a color, you can put an image there. Now, when you put an image in there, if it's a real little image, let's see if they show one here. All right. By default, believe it or not, I'm gonna change this a little bit because I want you to see it. And I'm gonna put in here, I think this is correct, no dash repeat, and run it again. All right. There really is only one very little image right there, very little, that's being repeated over and over and over and over again. There's a way to make it not repeat. I thought that was it. Evidently, I was wrong. So there's the repeat. So let's try it here. All right, we'll do it like this, just so you can see this. So I'm going to come back up to, no, we won't use that one. That's too ugly. All right, so if we come in here now and we say background repeat, and I'm going to change this to no hyphen repeat. That's the one image that's being repeated over and over and over again in here. So if I put no repeat, it only shows once. But I can also put repeat X, and it'll only show on the X axis. See that? And then I'm going to put repeat Y, so it'll only show on this axis. If I make it repeat Y. And it looks like that. By default, when you put an image out there, it repeats as many times as it possibly can on the screen. And that's what they wanted you to show, and they wanted you to do right there. All right. So let's see. Borders, we talked about quite a bit. And again, there's some I didn't mention, like ridge, inset, outset. So you can look at those if you're interested. We played with border width. We played with border color. We played with border sides because you saw what just an, a top or a bottom, etc. All right. I showed you the shorthand where you can combine them all into one. All right. And then we talked about margins. So you learned about margins. We did quite a bit of stuff with margins. And then we went into padding. And we did quite a bit of stuff with padding. All right. You can do things with height and width, where you can take something that was meant to be a certain height, you can make it another height. We may or may not get into that. That's not really for what we're doing that big a thing. All right. We talked a lot about this box model. We spent more than a half an hour probably on that. Okay. Outline, as it says, it's a line drawn outside the border. So if we wanted an outline, kind of like a shadow effect there, we could do that. That's not that big a thing. You looked at text. We did a little bit of stuff with text. You now know how to set colors with names, with hex values, and with RGB values. Nothing new there. The text alignment, you can notice what these look like. This is center aligned. This is left aligned. This is right aligned. There's no rocket science here. Probably not a real big surprise when you look at that over what those are doing. All right, text decoration is one you actually sometimes use because you use it like it's shown right there. I'm going to remove this and then I'm going to bring it back. By default, hyperlinks have an underline. If you don't want the underline to show, you put in text decoration none. The decoration is the underline. So putting that in there, boom, now it's gone. Text transformation is usually used. Whoops, try it again. Text transformation, oh, where'd it go? Margins, padding, come on. There it is. To make something uppercase, lowercase, or capitalized. So notice they did uppercase there, boom, it's an uppercase. They did a lowercase there, boom, it's all in lowercase. They did a title case or capitalized, the first word is capitalized. All right. All of these originally look like this. This is some text with just a capital T and everything else in lowercase, and it changed them accordingly. You can work with text spacing. For instance, there's an indent. Back when I was a little kid, younger than you guys, you know, they made us indent paragraphs. That's back in the days we didn't have a computer and you had to write stuff by hand, and they made us indent. All right. Shadows are kind of cool. You can put shadows on here. So notice the effect. The example that's underneath this is actually a better one. See that? So that is what? That is black text with a red shadow behind it. All right. And what you do basically in here is you say the dimensions of where you want it to be and the color you want it to be. You can also add a blur effect as it shows in there. Makes it a little bit, look a little bit out of focus if you want that. All right. Then we went in and we talked about the different font families. There's the difference between a serif and a sans serif right there. So the sans serif, you can see it's got the little things on it. It's a little more ornate to look at. And there's the sans serif. All right. Then web safe fonts are ones that all computers should have, and they're these. All right. Font style. We talked about, we didn't even go over this. Normal is the default, so you typically don't put it in. Italic and oblique pretty much look the same. But if you want to italicize something, this is a way you can do it with CSS. Font style, italic. It's like that. All right. Adding icons, we've actually done a little of that, but not much. Links, you can set the color for your links. This link is a link that you're, in fact, let's look at the example they've got here. All right. So where it says this is a link, all right, and they've got color red. Okay. It says hover must come. Well, this is the order that they have to go in. Notice if I put my mouse over it, it changes color. That's hover. That's a hot pink. All right. Once I click on it and go back again, it's given me green because it says that it's already been visited. If I had not visited it before, it would automatically then be red. And when I click it and hold down on it, but don't let go yet, that's active, meaning it's blue. All right. And it is 2:53. I'm going to stop it there and I'm going to pick it up tomorrow right here, talking about lists and going over this stuff. It should take 15 to 30 minutes to finish that. All right. So we'll pick it up tomorrow. Any of you who had stuff that didn't work, please email the stuff to me. Last thing I'm going to tell you real quick. Remember, only one person has gotten back to me. I said on Thursday, we can try to make our own website of whatever you guys want. One person has gotten back to me so far. No one else has. All right. So if no one else does, then we'll pick his number one thing or her number one thing. Okay. That's all I've got then. I will see you tomorrow bright and early at 9 o'clock. Have a nice evening.
Okay, bye.
Bye-bye.